Chapter 1380. In a few months, Fang Chen's power had increased by leaps and bounds. He'd successfully learned the space-time strangulation and ended his seclusion. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His real body was in the space-time battlefield, slaying the space-time spirit. The space-time spirit was the manifestation of the space-time true meaning. It was of great help to the space-time true meaning. For now, there was no danger to his life. So his doppelganger could devote himself to finding the red glass sword. The helmsman was the first to hear that Fang Chen had come out of seclusion. "Fang Chen, you've come out." After a while, the helmsman arrived at Fang Chen's residence, smiling. Fang Chen nodded. The helmsman observed Fang Chen. He felt that his power had increased, but there was still no change in his cultivation level. He was puzzled. "When you came back, I wanted to talk to you. I didn't think you'd go straight to seclusion," the helmsman said. "Helmsman, I'd like to release a message through the ancient Eastern Alliance." "Is that okay?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the helmsman was somewhat surprised. Normally, if a disciple wanted to release a message through the ancient Eastern Alliance, it would be very important. "What do you want to release?" the helmsman asked. "I want to find Fu Long." Fang Chen's voice was low, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You want to find Fu Long?" The helmsman knew that Fu Long was second on the Tianhua ranking, second only to Ku Shu. It was said that Fu Long was also a Grandmaster Talisman Master. He was very strong in Talisman Dao. "A few months ago, Fu Long took my red glass sword," Fang Chen said calmly. The helmsman could hear the anger in Fang Chen's voice. "Fu Long is strong. Even if you find him, you can't defeat him." The helmsman wanted to dissuade him. But Fang Chen shook his head and refused. "Helmsman, as a swordsman, we can't even protect our friends. What right do we have to cultivate?" Fang Chen retorted. The helmsman opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Then, he fell into silence. How could he not know what Fang Chen was talking about? As a sword cultivator, a sword was the most important thing. No one knew what kind of mentality a swordsman who had lost his sword would have. As the person in charge of the Sword Dao faction, the helmsman was well aware of Fang Chen's feelings. "Since that's the case, I'll release the news for you," said the leader. Soon after, the helmsman left. Less than half a day later, news began to spread from the old Eastern Alliance. Fang Chen, who was ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking, wanted to find Fu Long in exchange for a favor. After the news was released, the entire Old Hua Islands was in an uproar. A favor from the 10th genius of the Tianhua ranking was something that countless martial artists yearned for. Moreover, he was looking for Fu Long, who was ranked second on the Tianhua ranking. All of a sudden, countless warriors on the Old Hua Islands were looking for Fu Long. Even the inner circle of the Old Eastern Alliance was abuzz. Why is Fang Chen looking for Fu Long? Is he going to challenge Fu Long? Bai Wuzong, the first disciple of the Formation faction, immediately went to the Sword Dao faction to find Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, are you looking for Fu Long?" asked Bai Wuzong. Fang Chen didn't hide anything from Bai Wuzong. He nodded. "Why are you looking for him?" Bai Wuzong continued to ask. "To kill him," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Bai Wuzong was speechless. In the process of looking for Fu Long, Fang Chen went to the Fist Technique faction. Ji Yu was a disciple of the Fist Technique faction. The reason he lost the red glass sword was related to him. Moreover, Ji Yu had tried to kill him over and over again. He had to take revenge. However, to Fang Chen's disappointment, Ji Yu didn't return to the Fist Technique faction. However, Fang Chen soon heard that Ji Yu was in the Jiyu clan in Tianhua City. Immediately, Fang Chen left the old Eastern Alliance and went to Tianhua City. Ji Yu had been staying in the Jiyu clan. It was impossible to kill him in a direct confrontation. Therefore, he had to resort to a sneak attack. Fang Chen used 3 days to find out the details of the Jiyu clan. On this day, a dark night fell. There was no one on the streets. It was pitch black. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure appeared from the darkness. He quickly made his way to the Jiyu clan's mansion. The Jiyu clan was very powerful. Tianhua City was only one of their branches. As for their headquarters, it wasn't in Tianhua City. However, even if it was a branch, there were creation realm powerhouses in charge. Fang Chen didn't dare act rashly. Crash. When he arrived in front of the Jiyu clan's residence, Fang Chen unleashed the spacetime true intent and entered the residence silently. The Jiyu clan's mansion, at the peak of the mountain. The surroundings were pitch black. The crescent moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed, cultivating. From time to time, a dark aura would escape from his body. If someone were here, they would discover that he was cultivating demonic arts. Hiss. Demonic chi emerged from Jiyu's body. Even his lips were black. His palms kept waving, and the air was filled with dense demonic chi. Swoosh. All of a sudden, Guyu's palm spread open. Suddenly, extremely dense demonic chi gathered in the center of his palms. Then, he raised his palms, and they shone with the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, a strange aura shot out from the dark clouds and was absorbed by Jiyu. Crash. Jiyu opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. If I cultivate demonic arts, I won't be afraid of Fang Chen at all, Jiyu said coldly. A few months ago, his plan was so thorough. However, Fang Chen killed the 9 honorable guests by himself. Fortunately, Fu Long appeared at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of Fang Chen. Although he was lucky enough to survive, the loss of the 9 honorable guests made him furious. As a result, Jiyu couldn't even return to the headquarters. He could only hide in the branch and cultivate demonic arts in secret. Fang Chen, one day, I will kill you with my own hands, Jiyu said fiercely. However, as soon as Jiyu finished speaking, a black figure appeared. No need to wait. There's a chance now. The black figure said in a deep voice. His face couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness. Who are you? Jiyu was a little panicked. He quickly restrained his aura and asked coldly. The Jiyu family was a famous family. They forbade martial artists from cultivating demonic arts. Once it was known, they would die. Therefore, Jiyu had to be careful. The person who will kill you. Fang Chen walked towards Jiyu step by step. When he saw Fang Chen's face, Jiyu's face became very serious. Fang Chen, you. Jiyu said in a deep voice. However, before Jiyu finished speaking, Fang Chen made his move. His body flickered and moved unpredictably. Jiyu couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Suddenly, Jiyu felt his throat being choked by a big hand. Ah! Jiyu struggled with all his might, but there was nothing he could do. Crack! Fang Chen's hand directly pierced through Jiyu's neck, killing him instantly. Bang! He kicked Jiyu's body away and disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Fang Chen was in Huatian City looking for information. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong sent him a message. Yes. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Jian Wuhong had been in seclusion all this time, but now she had come out. Jian Wuhong's voice came through the communication jade pendant. Fu Long is not in the old Hua Islands. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face changed. He immediately asked, do you know where he is? Fang Chen didn't think that Fu Long left because he was afraid of his revenge. Jian Wuhong sent him a message in a moment. Fu Long entered the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Fang Chen was a little surprised. This was the first time he had heard of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Fang Chen asked. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave is a cave left behind by an almighty. There are many inheritances in the cave. Fu Long must have gone to find them, Jian Wuhong said. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was discovered by the human race a long time ago. However, at that time, only those above the creation stage could enter. When you were in seclusion, the restrictions around the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave weakened. Even heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Hearing Jian Wuhong's explanation, Fang Chen understood. Where are you? Fang Chen asked. Sword Dao Sect. Fang Chen turned off the communication jade pendant and quickly returned to the Old East Alliance. Sword Dao Sect, Jian Wuhong's residence. Jian Wuhong was wearing a red dress, which perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Jian Wuhong's beauty was that kind of temperament. The number one beauty of the old Hua Islands. No one could compare to her beauty. And the temperament on his body was even more fascinating to countless martial artists. Jian Wuhong's every move was incomparably seductive. Who, Fang Chen arrived at Jian Wuhong's residence. Only when she saw Fang Chen would she smile. Two small dimples appeared on her pretty face, causing Fang Chen to stare blankly. You want to enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Seeing Fang Chen's stunned expression, Jian Wuhong smiled. Fang Chen nodded. The red glass sword was taken by Fu Long. I must take it back. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Fang Chen was looking for Fu Long for the red glass sword. Fu Long, this guy is bullying others. Jian Wuhong frowned, a little displeased. Can you tell me about the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Fang Chen asked. This matter was his obsession. If he didn't resolve it, it would definitely affect his cultivation in the future, and inner demons would appear. So, he had to solve it as soon as possible. Since Fu Long was in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, he had to go and find him. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave is not on the old Hua Islands. Jian Wuhong nodded. Fang Chen nodded. He already knew. It is in the depths of the void ocean. Fang Chen's heart shook. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was in the depths of the void ocean. This was something he didn't expect at all. Isn't the depths of the void ocean forbidden to humans? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. The deeper one went in the void ocean, the more powerful the sea demons were. Some sea demons were so powerful that even life and death realm emperors didn't dare to recklessly enter the depths of the void ocean. Chapter 1381. The void ocean had always been a forbidden zone for the various races. This was because the extremely powerful sea demon clan lived in the void ocean. Over the endless years, the universe had been constantly changing. However, the sea demon race in the void ocean had always existed. The sea demons were so powerful that humans trembled in fear upon hearing their name. In the void ocean, only the surface was the safest zone. Under normal circumstances, sea demons would not appear on the surface. Moreover, the closer the sea demons were to the surface, the weaker they were. This also allowed people to travel through the void ocean. However, the truly terrifying sea demons were in the depths of the ocean. The master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave is extremely powerful. He suppressed the sea demons and forcibly opened up a cave abode. Jian Wuhong said. In fact, she didn't know much about the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This was because she had never been to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This time, the restrictions around the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave had been weakened. Large groups of heavenly body tier elites from the old Hua Islands, and even some of the islands nearby, were all heading toward the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave in search of opportunities. As for how to pass through the dangerous forbidden zones and enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Jian Wuhong knew a little about it. Suppress the sea demons and forcefully open up a cave abode. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just who was the master of this Coiling Moon Immortal Cave? Could it be someone from the God realm? Fang Chen was utterly shocked. Then how do I get in? Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuhong glanced at Fang Chen and said, I will naturally bring you in. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised, but he immediately understood. Previously, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave had a powerful restriction. Only those above the creation realm could enter. Now, however, heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Jian Wuhong naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. There's no need to be surprised. There are countless heavenly body tier cultivators entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave this time. Not only our old Hua Islands, but there will also be a large number of heavenly body tier cultivators entering from the nearby islands, Jian Wuhong said. Moreover, in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, the heavenly body tier cultivators that you faced were definitely not of the younger generation like the ones on the heavenly splendor rankings. They might have been old monsters that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Fang Chen nodded, his heart trembling. One could imagine those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years being stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. However, the appearance of the coiling moon immortal cave gave them a glimmer of hope. In front of opportunities, they would definitely be crazier than anyone else. If you encounter those old monsters who have lived for a long time, you must not provoke them. Otherwise, they will attack you without regard for anything else. Jian Wuhong reminded. In any case, if they could not reach the creation realm, they would die once their lifespan was up. He might as well roam the coiling moon celestial cave in search of fortuitous encounters. Who knows, he might even succeed. After hearing Red Sword's words, Fang Chen felt even more pressured. Initially, he thought that he would be able to slay the Fu dragon easily after entering the coiling moon celestial cave. However, Fu Long didn't count for much among them. Whoosh, taking a deep breath, Fang Chen did his best to adjust his state of mind. Then, he looked at Jian Wuhong with a burning gaze. Being stared at by him like this, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and she lowered her head shyly. Fang Chen regained his composure, and said in high spirits, "I was able to come out alive from a dangerous place like the purgatory. What is there to be afraid of in a mere coiling moon celestial cave?" What cultivators feared the most wasn't being weak, but rather a lack of fighting spirit. Thus, Fang Chen had to maintain a high fighting spirit. No matter what, he had to maintain the belief that he was invincible. There were many heavenly body tier cultivators entering the coiling moon celestial cave, and there were also many who were weaker than him. Think about it carefully. If you've decided, we'll set off tomorrow, Jian Wuhong said. I've already decided. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Fang Chen said with a smile. When the leader of the Sword Dao faction learned that Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were going to enter the coiling moon celestial cave, he was also stunned. However, he immediately understood. The two of them were currently the strongest disciples of the Sword Dao faction. Especially Fang Chen, who was extremely talented. Perhaps he could surpass Jian Wuhong in the future. The leader thought very highly of the two of them. Take this command medallion. The leader gave each of them a token and said, "One of my clones is also in the coiling moon celestial cave. If you encounter any danger, you can crush the token and I will appear. However, I can only help you if a creation tier elite attacks you. If a heavenly body tier cultivator attacks you, you can only rely on yourselves," the leader continued. This was because many experts had entered the coiling moon immortal cave. Thus, those peak experts had established a rule. People of higher realms could not casually attack martial artists of lower realms. Of course, the realms mentioned here were major realms. This meant that creation tier cultivators could not attack heavenly body tier cultivators. Meanwhile, between the 9 minor levels of the heavenly body tier, they could attack as they wished. Thank you, Helmsman. The leader of the Sword Dao sect was a creation realm expert who had cultivated the clone technique. His clone had already entered the coiling moon immortal cave. Strictly speaking, the coiling moon immortal cave was located between the 4 archipelagos. They were the Old Hua Archipelago, Qingyuan Archipelago, Sword Sky Archipelago, and Evil Soul Archipelago. These 4 archipelagos were considered average among the 36 archipelagos. The Old Hua archipelagos were slightly weaker, while the Evil Soul archipelagos were the strongest. The Sword Sky archipelagos was an archipelagos of sword cultivators, and it was known as a heaven for sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of any archipelagos could not compare to the sword cultivators of the Sword Sky archipelagos. The people of the Sword Sky archipelagos cultivated the Sword Dao. Thus, all the cultivators from the Sword Sky archipelagos were sword cultivators. Moreover, they were the most terrifying sword cultivators. As for the Evil Soul archipelagos, there was a legend. At the end of the last era, an elite of the evil path forcibly occupied the Evil Soul archipelagos and changed its name. The Evil Soul archipelagos originally did not have this name. After the name was changed, the Evil Soul archipelagos were ruled by this elite of the evil path for a long time. As long as the elites of the immortal realm did not appear, no one on the 36 archipelagos could do anything to this elite of the evil path. The universe of the last era was destroyed, and the universe of this era was opened. And the 36 archipelagos still existed. The evil soul archipelagos inherited the name of the universe of the last era. Helmsman, what kind of existence is the master of the coiling moon immortal cave? Fang Chen asked. He could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. However, the helmsman did not answer. He shook his head and said, "You will know about this in the future. Once you enter the coiling moon immortal cave, if you have the chance, you must search for immortal qi." Immortal qi? Hearing this, even Jian Wuhong was a little surprised. What was immortal qi? This was something that Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong had never heard of before. Immortal qi is the key to entering the creation realm. If you can obtain enough immortal qi, you can forcefully break through the bottleneck and enter the creation realm, the helmsman said. The creation realm was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and steal the essence of the sun and moon. Fang Chen thought to himself. Could it be that immortal qi was the fortune of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon? What is immortal qi? Fang Chen asked. Enter the coiling moon immortal cave, and you will know everything. The helmsman seemed unwilling to say more. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong did not ask any more questions. After bidding farewell to the helmsman, the two left the ancient Eastern Alliance. They arrived at Skylark City and used the teleportation array to teleport directly to the edge of Skylark Island. Looking at the turbulent void ocean, Fang Chen's face was grave. But Jian Wuhong's pretty face was unusually calm. How do we enter the coiling moon immortal cave? Fang Chen asked. If they wanted to enter the coiling moon immortal cave, they had to go deep into the void ocean. Without absolute certainty, Fang Chen wouldn't dare take the risk. After all, the sea demons in the depths of the void ocean were far too strong. With his current strength, he would die. The coiling moon immortal cave has long been discovered by powerful experts. Over the years, the passage into the coiling moon immortal cave has been gradually perfected. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Jian Wuhong smiled gently. Then, under Jian Wuhong's guidance, the two of them plunged into the void ocean. Off in the distance, there happened to be a group of explorers. They were controlling a ship, and were speeding towards them. Suddenly, one of the explorers on the ship cried out in alarm. "Boss, look! Someone's jumped into the void ocean." The explorer's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the group. They looked over and discovered that two figures were diving into the void ocean. Why have so many cultivators entered the void ocean recently? Could something big have happened? The leader of the explorers was a cultivator who had just advanced to the heavenly body tier. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be thinking. The other explorers all cried out in alarm. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess the truth. After all, with their status, they didn't have the right to know about the existence of the coiling moon immortal cave. Hula! The sea was filled with dense power of stars, and it was extremely oppressive. The deeper they went, the more they were repelled. Speaking of which, this wasn't the first time Fang Chen had entered the void ocean. Last time, he had dug into the realm wall while mining, causing him to be swept into the void ocean. Fortunately, the group of explorers had intervened and saved him. And this time, he had taken the initiative to enter. In the blink of an eye, he had already dived 800 meters. Fang Chen felt his breathing become a little rushed. "We can't dive any further." Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Jian Wuhong. "Don't worry," Jian Wuhong said confidently. Seeing Jian Wuhong continue to dive, Fang Chen followed closely behind. Jian Wuhong wouldn't be so rash. She definitely had a plan. Not long after, when the two of them had dived 1,000 meters, a small round plate suddenly appeared in the void ocean, floating in the sea. This small round plate emitted a gentle light. Jian Wuhong and Fang Chen stood on the small round plate. In an instant, a gentle light enveloped the two of them. The pressure on Fang Chen's body suddenly decreased, and he was very surprised. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the small round plate beneath his feet. He didn't understand why there was a small round plate floating here. "A time tunnel," Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. As it turned out, The time tunnel was built 1,000 meters above the void ocean. No wonder Jen Wuhong was so fearless and directly dived down. Whoosh. Chapter 1382. The so-called time tunnel was actually a simple teleportation array that had been reinforced. Previously, Fang Chen had been very curious. However, after experiencing the time tunnel, he chuckled. However, he couldn't help but sigh. To be able to establish a time tunnel in the void ocean, one must be very powerful. Whoosh. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong appeared. Buzz. A milky white light instantly enveloped their bodies. The light completely blocked the raging waves that were approaching his body. Fang Chen was shocked. They were currently in the depths of the void ocean. Behind them was a cave. It was the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. In front of the Coiling Moon Divine Cave, there were 4 small discs. Fang Chen knew that these were the time tunnel discs. The milky white light emitted from the Coiling Moon Divine Cave enveloped the 4 small discs, preventing them from being squeezed by the void ocean. This is the Coiling Moon Divine Cave. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the cave. His face was filled with shock. The milky white light made people feel extremely comfortable. The star pagoda in his chi sea rapidly trembled at this moment. It was frantically absorbing the milky white light. Unfortunately, the milky white light couldn't be absorbed. This cave seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was surrounded by the void ocean. Above the cave, there was a golden plaque with the words Coiling Moon Divine Cave written on it. When he saw these words, Fang Chen's eyes became dull. After a while, Fang Chen woke up from his stupor. He sucked in a breath of cold air. These words seemed to have a magical power that could disturb a cultivator's state of mind. He felt a lingering fear. The master of the Coiling Moon Divine Cave was too powerful. Just the words at the entrance of the cave made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. Trying hard to calm his heart, Fang Chen turned his head to look. Jen Wuhong's eyes were dull. Her beautiful face became ferocious. Her body emitted a terrifying aura. Jen Wuhong. Fang Chen called out softly. Fang Chen was a cultivator of the illusory sword Dao, so he knew a little about illusions. That was why they were able to quickly wake up from those words. However, Red Sword Dance was different. Since calling out was useless, Fang Chen simply used his palm to gently tug on the Red Sword Dance. Sword Dance Red, who was immersed in the 4 words, realized that someone was pulling her and instantly woke up. Then, he saw Fang Chen's burning gaze. I just woke you up. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He quickly released his hand and looked away. Jen Wuhong's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. Finally, an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. Let's enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave as soon as possible, Fang Chen urged. Jen Wuhong nodded. The 2 of them activated the Star Pagoda, and astral energy enveloped their bodies as they quickly entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After that, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave closed. The restrictions around the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave weakened. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave could sense the arrival of heavenly body tier cultivators and directly let them in. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave looked so weak, but countless sea demons in the depths of the ocean were terrified. Up until now, not a single sea demon dared to cause trouble here. Voila! After the 2 of them entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, they discovered that it was a space of its own. The laws here were slightly different from the outside world. Celestial energy swirled around, and the entire cave was enveloped by celestial energy. However, this celestial energy was hidden in the air, and couldn't be captured. This is the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just standing in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave made him feel extremely comfortable. If he could cultivate here for a long time, even if his talent was poor, he would be able to break through. There's a stone tablet up ahead. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Jen Wuhong said. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong walked along the stone path and arrived at the stone tablet not far away. The 2 of them were at the periphery of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In fact, it was a place to welcome foreign martial artists. There were no buildings here, only a stone tablet standing there. The stone tablet was 3 meters tall, and it was protected by layers of energy fluctuations. When the two of them arrived in front of the stone tablet, they discovered that there were many small words on it. "It seems to be an introduction to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave," said Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. She had also seen it. At the top of the stone tablet was an introduction to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. "I am the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. People call me the Coiling Moon War Immortal. This is a mansion I built in the mortal world. Within this mansion, there are countless opportunities waiting for those who are fated with them." Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at each other when they saw these words. The Coiling Moon War Immortal was called the War Immortal. That meant the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave should be a powerful expert. Coiling Moon War Immortal. Fang Chen frowned slightly as he racked his brains to think. He wanted his main body to ask the ox-headed demonic beast, but his main body was trapped in the spacetime battlefield and killed the spacetime demonic spirits. He couldn't contact the ox-headed demonic beast. He spread his hands. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he had already entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he would just take it one step at a time. Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, 1 cave, 7 mansions, 13 palaces, Jian Wuhong muttered. Hearing this, Fang Chen looked over. Indeed, there was such an introduction on the stone tablet. 1 cave should be the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, right? Asked Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. That should be the case. As for the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, they should be the branch palaces of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. A single cave had so much space. This made Fang Chen speechless. Then, the two of them looked at the stone tablet. After a long while, they had a basic understanding of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. 1 cave was indeed the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. As for the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, they were the divisions of the Coiling Moon War Immortals' forces in the mortal world. Many of the Coiling Moon War Immortals' disciples lived in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The most common were the ordinary disciples, followed by the outstanding disciples, and then the elite disciples. The 13 palaces were above the ordinary outstanding disciples. The palace lords of the 13 palaces were the most powerful of the elite disciples. The Coiling Moon War Immortal thought highly of these 13 people, and each of them was in charge of a palace. Above the 13 palaces were the 7 mansions. The masters of the 7 mansions were the personal disciples of the Coiling Moon War Immortal. The masters of each mansions had the ability to fight those of a higher level and kill those of the same level. Above the 7 mansions was the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was a cave. However, the division of forces was very clear and strict. Ordinary disciples could only move around in public areas. Outstanding disciples, on the other hand, could go to some special places. As for the 13 palaces and 7 mansions, unless they had permission, even the elite disciples could not enter. It could be said that the 13 palaces and 7 mansions were the core forces of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, and they were the ones that the Coiling Moon War Immortal valued the most. However, at the end, the stone tablet recorded that the Coiling Moon War Immortal was tired of fighting. The Coiling Moon War Immortal seemed to be tired of the conflicts in the mortal world, and finally gave up on the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and entered the God Realm. After reading the records on the stone tablet, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were shocked. How strong was the Coiling Moon War Immortal? If we can find the old site of the 13 palaces, we might be able to get the immortal chi. Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the ordinary area of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, there were almost no inheritances. The 13 palaces were different. Although they were not as strong as the 7 mansions, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong did not dare to go too deep into the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After all, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was too scary. There are no records of the 13 palaces, we have to find them ourselves. Jian Wuhong said. The two left the stone tablet and walked on the vast plain. In their minds, they were both thinking about the 13 palaces. I heard the leader mention that the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was once heavily damaged, and the 13 palaces and 7 mansions no longer exist. Some of them were even buried under the ground. Jian Wuhong said softly. If that was not the case, even if they gathered the power of the 36 islands, they would not be able to open the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Furthermore, the Coiling Moon War Immortal seemed to have grown tired of his life in the mortal world and returned to the divine realm. The Coiling Moon War Immortal in the divine realm should know that something so big happened in the immortal cave he left in the mortal world. Why didn't he do anything? Asked Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong shook her head. Perhaps the Coiling Moon War Immortal also encountered some trouble. Of course, this was only their guess. Their current mission was to find the 13 palaces. However, how would they find the 13 palaces in the vast immortal cave? Star ruins, temporal island, temporal battlefield. This was a battlefield completely created by the true meaning of time and space. The surroundings were filled with the aura of time and space. And on this battlefield, there was an endless stream of space-time demon spirits fighting Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen used his space-time strangulation technique to defeat a space-time demon spirit. At the same time, after the space-time demon spirit was defeated, it condensed into a strand of space-time energy that entered his body. Phew! Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and returned to a black circle in a corner of the temporal battlefield. Only within the black circle would he not be attacked by the space-time demon spirits. These space-time demon spirits were all created by the master of the star ruins, muttered Fang Chen. The more he understood about the star ruins, the more Fang Chen admired the master of the star ruins. He even suspected that the star ruins did not belong to this epoch. Just the space-time demon spirits were not something an ordinary person could do. His main body also knew that his avatar had entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Fu Long, his main body, had a very strong resentment in his heart. If he didn't kill Fu Long, this resentment would transform into a heart demon. Kid, don't be lazy. Continue killing the space-time demon spirits. Suddenly, the ox-headed demon beast's words entered Fang Chen's ears. Senior, when can I leave? Asked Fang Chen. Originally, you could leave after killing over 10,000 space-time demon spirits. But now, I've changed my mind. Once your true meaning of time and space reaches the 7th grade, you can leave, said the ox-headed demon beast. Fang Chen had a helpless expression. That can be changed? Asked Fang Chen. Chapter 1383. The boundless plains were filled with dense immortal qi. Fang Chen wanted to capture the immortal qi in the air, but he was too weak to do so. There seems to be the essence of the sun and moon in the immortal qi. Fang Chen vaguely understood that the immortal qi was condensed from the essence of the sun and moon. When a warrior absorbed the immortal qi, the star pagoda in his body would transform. In the end, the 9-story star pagoda would transform into starlight. There's someone up ahead. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong said. Soon after, Fang Chen raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that a bloody mist was spreading in front of him. Someone had fallen into a pool of blood. Let's go take a look. The two of them quickly rushed over and found 3 people lying in a pool of blood. 2 of them were dead, and the remaining one was still breathing. It seems that the battle ended not long ago, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he stared at the 3 people lying in the pool of blood. What happened? Jian Wuhong squatted down and asked the only warrior who was still alive. This martial artist opened his mouth, but his aura was so weak that he couldn't speak at all. What? Jian Wuhong wanted to ask more, but the warrior was already dead. However, before he died, he hysterically screamed out a word, green. You green. Fang Chen carefully pondered over the meaning of these 2 words when put together. Jian Wuhong checked and found that the warrior was already dead. She shook her head and stood up, a helpless look on her face. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly exclaimed. What did you find? Jian Wuhong asked hurriedly. This person said the word you green before he died, and his finger pointed to the north. Fang Chen said excitedly, if my guess is correct, this Ugreen might be one of the legendary 13 palaces, the Ugreen Palace. To be honest, the 2 of them only knew the general idea of the 13 palaces. They didn't know the specific name. This was completely Fang Chen's guess. Ugreen Palace. After hearing Fang Chen's guess, Jian Wuhong's pretty face was filled with a solemn expression. It would be great if this person was really talking about the serene green palace. No matter what, we can't let go of such a good opportunity, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Jian Wuhong nodded. The two of them quickly moved towards the north where the cultivator had pointed. 6 hours later, the two of them passed through the plains, climbed over the mountains, and then passed through the valleys. Finally, the two of them arrived at a barren plain. There had been a great battle here, and there were ruins everywhere. Looking at the ruins, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong smiled at each other. They were certain that this should be the old site of the serene green palace. That was because a war had taken place here, and it had turned into ruins. From the ruins in the wasteland, it could be seen that the battle back then was very intense. As a result, the entire serene green palace was turned into ruins. Above the ruins, there were countless resentful auras that did not disperse for a long time. Surprisingly, the immortal qi that engulfed the entire coiling moon immortal cave did not enter this desolate plain. There is no immortal qi here, Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong nodded and then walked towards the ruins, ready to check if this was the old site of the serene green palace. However, at that moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, there was the sound of wild laughter. Ha ha ha, this is great. I didn't expect to find the serene green palace so soon after entering. A voice was heard. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at each other and then looked into the distance warily. Dust rolled, and soon a group of people appeared. When he saw the person in the lead, Fang Chen's pupils shrank, and a chill exuded from his body. The person who came was none other than an acquaintance from Tongtian Island, the Qingling sect, one of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The person in the lead was the sect master of the Qingling sect, Ancestor Qingling. A few years ago, a war broke out on Tongtian Island. Because the Qingling sect sided with the wrong side, Ancestor Qingling's cultivation eventually declined. In the past few years, the Black Heaven sect and Piljing Hall had been secretly attacking the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect urgently needed to become stronger. Hearing that heavenly body tier cultivators could enter the coiling moon celestial cave, Ancestor Qingling led the heavenly body tier cultivators of the Qingling sect here without hesitation. Suddenly, an elder said, "Ancestor, there are people in front." Ancestor Qingling looked up with a hint of killing intent between his brows. Just 2 heavenly body tier cultivators. There's nothing to be afraid of, Ancestor Qingling said. While they were talking, the Qingling sect arrived in front of the ruins. The two of you, the Qingling sect was the first to discover this serene green palace. Please leave quickly, Ancestor Qingling said in a deep voice. I only know that the 2 of us came here first, Jian Wuhong said. Hearing that, Ancestor Qingling was a little displeased and said coldly, the 2 of you, be careful when making a choice. Don't be reckless. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that our Qingling sect just encountered some trouble, how could we have let you get here first? Leave this place quickly, or you'll only end up dead. Our ancestor doesn't want to kill. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame our ancestor for not being polite. The few elders were overbearing. A thought-provoking smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he stared straight at Ancestor Qingling. After not seeing him for a few years, Fang Chen's appearance had also undergone some subtle changes. He had become a lot more weathered. Therefore, Ancestor Qingling didn't recognize Fang Chen. It's just the Qingling sect, Jian Wuhong sneered and said disdainfully. She hadn't even heard of the Qingling sect, so it must be a small sect. Moreover, she noticed that Ancestor Qingling's cultivation was on par with hers, so she wasn't afraid. It seems that the 2 of you don't plan to leave. Hearing that, Ancestor Qingling took a step forward, and the aura around him instantly spread out. Back then, his cultivation was forcibly suppressed by the power of will. Now, a few years had passed, and his cultivation had once again risen to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. However, his foundation wasn't deep enough, so he needed the help of the coiling moon celestial cave to break through. Seeing that Ancestor Qingling wanted to suppress others with his power, Fang Chen grinned. The Qingling sect only knows how to use power to suppress others like this. Since you're so stubborn, then die. Ancestor Qingling made his move, and a rich cyan aura emerged around him. This was the true intent of wind. Ancestor Qingling waved his hand, and suddenly, the rich cyan aura condensed into a battle saber. With a powerful force, it attacked Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong took a step forward, ready to attack. However, she was stopped by Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong was a little puzzled. Let me do it. The grudges of the past have to be resolved. Fang Chen said softly, and immediately used the true intent of time and space. Whoosh! The tempering of his original body in the temporal island had improved his true intent of time and space a lot. Now, Fang Chen's control of the true intent of time and space had reached a very high level. His figure flickered in the void, and Ancestor Qingling couldn't even catch Fang Chen's figure. Ancestor Qingling frowned and immediately controlled the cyan battle saber to attack the void. Poochie! The cyan battle saber cut through the void and forced Fang Chen's figure out. In fact, Ancestor Qingling just thought that it was his strength that forced Fang Chen out. However, only Fang Chen knew that he had taken the initiative to appear. Too weak. Fang Chen sneered and punched out. The perfect sword body burst out with a vast power, gathered in his fist, and punched out. Crack! The cyan battle saber was extremely fast. However, it couldn't avoid Fang Chen's fist. The two collided, and the cyan battle saber was instantly shattered. Bang! Ancestor Qingling's figure kept retreating. Ancestor Qingling steadied himself and looked at Fang Chen with a solemn expression. May I ask who you are? Why are you afraid? Fang Chen asked. Among the heavenly body tier, there aren't many that I'm afraid of. You don't count. Ancestor Qingling was still extremely arrogant and refused to lower his head. You've only cultivated to the 9th layer of the heavenly body tier at such an old age. Don't you feel ashamed? Jian Wuhong said coldly. At the same time, the aura around her rippled, and she was ready to attack at any time. In the area of the Qingling sect, an elder looked at Jian Wuhong and found her familiar. Wearing a red dress, 9th layer of the heavenly body tier. After thinking for a while, the elder was shocked. Are you Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua roll? The elder's words caused an uproar. Many elders of the Qingling sect looked at Jian Wuhong in shock. Even Ancestor Qingling was a little shocked. Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua roll? So what if I am? Jian Wuhong said. Her words had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. At this time, Ancestor Qingling looked at Jian Wuhong with a solemn expression. So you're an outstanding genius of the Tianhua roll. I think this is a misunderstanding. Ancestor Qingling chuckled. What a joke. Martial artists on the Tianhua roll were very powerful. He didn't think that he could defeat Jian Wuhong, who was ranked 3rd on the Tianhua rankings. Knowing when to yield and when to stand tall was the way of the king. He believed that Jian Wuhong would not make a big fuss out of this either. Why don't we explore the serene green palace together? Ancestor Green Spirit smiled. Jian Wuhong shook her head. Fang Chen sneered, Ancestor Green Spirit, we can still explore the serene green palace without you. Tell me, why should we follow you? Brat, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're using red sword dance, said Ancestor Green Spirit coldly. Jian Wuhong did make him feel apprehensive, but this kid was too arrogant. Since you're not afraid, let's continue the battle. Fang Chen didn't say much and directly attacked. Although the red glass sword was not in his hand, he could not use the Thunderfall sword technique. However, he could use the space-time strangulation technique, which was a secret technique even more powerful than the Thunderfall sword technique. Rumble Fang Chen was everywhere, and Ancestor Green Spirit could not guard against him. Soon, Ancestor Green Spirit was at a disadvantage. Who the hell are you? Ancestor Green Spirit, who was suppressed, roared angrily. Seeing this, the elders of the Qingling sect decisively attacked, wanting to use the human wave tactic to kill the two. Boom! Jian Wuhong's aura soared to the sky. Her beautiful body was like an unsheathed sharp sword, standing quietly on the ruins. What a strong aura. Chapter 1384. Let's attack together. Ancestor Green Spirit roared. The elders of the Green Spirit sect no longer hesitated and attacked. However, Jen Wuhong's battle prowess made them feel extremely desperate. Poochie. Wherever the long sword passed, the elders of the Green Spirit sect fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, several elders died. No. Ancestor Green Spirit roared angrily, trying to break free from Fang Chen's suppression, but he was helpless. Ancestor Green Spirit, enjoy it. You don't have much time left, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Jen Wuhong went on a killing spree. No one from the Green Spirit sect was a match for her. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Body Realm elders brought by Ancestor Green Spirit were all killed in battle. It's over. Ancestor Green Spirit was extremely desperate, his face hideous. These Heavenly Body Realm elders were all core elders of the Green Spirit sect. They were all killed in battle, which was a huge blow to the Green Spirit sect. The Green Spirit sect's plan to rise was instantly ruined. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Ancestor Green Spirit roared crazily and launched a counterattack. Bang! However, before he could make a move, he was suppressed by Fang Chen again. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from all over his body, and blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. Ancestor Green Spirit was in a very sorry state. Poochie. After killing the last person, Jen Wuhong put away her long sword and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded at Jen Wuhong and then looked at Ancestor Green Spirit. Crack! Fang Chen punched Ancestor Green Spirit's arm away, and the latter immediately let out a miserable scream. Brat, my Green Spirit sect has no grievances with you. Why are you doing this? Ancestor Green Spirit asked in a hoarse voice. Crack! His other arm was smashed away, and Fang Chen immediately said, Do you remember Sword Cloudstar Sovereign of Skypass Island? Hearing this, Ancestor Green Spirit widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. You are the descendant of Sword Cloudstar Sovereign? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Although I'm not, I personally promised to avenge Sword Cloudstar Sovereign. Sword Cloudstar Sovereign was the youngest disciple of Heaven-Piercing Peak's master. He was also the disciple he thought the most highly of. Who would have thought that he would be assassinated by Patriarch Green Spirit? While with a thought from Fang Chen, the Beastman and Tongtian Peak's artifact spirit appeared instantly. Master, the artifact spirit called out. Watch carefully. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he punched Patriarch Green Spirit's head. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. I'm Fang Chen. Ancestor Green Spirit was dumbfounded and his head fell to the ground. Even until his death, he did not expect that a former disciple of the Black Sky sect would be so powerful. Moreover, as the leader of a sect, he had died at the hands of Fang Chen. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Once they died, they would vanish into thin air. Ancestor Green Spirit, that damned guy, is finally dead. The artifact spirit clapped his hands and cheered. The half-beast man was also very excited. Thank you, Master. The artifact spirits knew that Fang Chen had asked them to come out to witness this scene. I've avenged Sword Cloudstar Lord. Fang Chen nodded and said. Then, with a wave of his hand, the artifact spirit and the half-beast man disappeared. At this point, the people of the Green Spirit sect were all wiped out. Jen Wuhong did not ask Fang Chen the reason. Everyone had some secrets that no one knew, including herself. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen and said, Now, the two of us can explore the Serene Green Palace in peace. They did not know what good things were in the Serene Green Palace of the 13 Palaces, so both of them were looking forward to it. Fang Chen nodded. The appearance of Ancestor Green Spirit was also beyond his expectations. However, since he had encountered him, he would take care of him. No matter what, he had received some favors from Sword Cloudstar Lord, so it was reasonable to avenge him. Let's go. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong set foot on the ruins. Seeing the ruins, Fang Chen had a lot of emotions in his heart. Dong. Just as the two of them were exploring, the ruins suddenly trembled. Then, a bright light soared into the sky. The blood of Ancestor Green Spirit and the others all drilled into the ground, triggering changes in the ruins. Roar. A shout could be heard from within the ruins. Soon after, a figure appeared within the light that soared into the sky. Snake Clan. Within the light, there was a huge, thick snake slithering about. In a moment, the big snake fell to the ground and the soaring light disappeared. Human, I am the guardian of the Serene Green Palace. If you want to enter the Serene Green Palace, you must defeat me, the big snake said. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at the big snake in surprise. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong cried out in surprise, "The Winged Serpent Clan. You have good taste." "I didn't expect someone to remember the Winged Serpent Clan," the Winged Serpent said faintly. The Winged Serpent Clan belonged to the Sea Demon Clan. Among the Sea Demons, they were relatively famous. This was because they were the only snake clan that was classified as a Sea Demon Clan. Another reason was that the winged serpent could fly. Every time it fought, a pair of wings would grow out of its back and kill people silently. The winged serpent guarding the Serene Green Palace made Jian Wuhong feel somewhat helpless. "Don't worry, I will only suppress my cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier," the winged serpent said in human language. With its strength, it could completely transform. However, it had its own pride and refused to transform. "What should we do?" Fang Chen asked. "The winged serpent is extremely fast and can fly. It is quite troublesome to fight," Jian Wuhong said in a low voice. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "I can be responsible for sniping it in the air. You attack from the ground." No matter how fast the winged serpent was, could it be faster than the true intent of time and space? Fang Chen obviously didn't believe it. "You two can come together," the winged serpent said. He hadn't fought in a long time. "Do it." With a low shout, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Jian Wuhong held a long sword in her hand and launched a domineering attack. Shio! The winged serpent spat out its tongue. Its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air. It spread its wings and soared in the sky, launching an attack at Jian Wuhong on the ground. Flames shot out of the winged serpent's mouth. Jian Wuhong had some difficulty blocking it. Peng! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared and directly smashed a fist into the winged serpent's head. Instantly, the winged serpent's body trembled and swayed. En! The winged serpent steadied itself and looked at Fang Chen with some surprise. Then, it immediately gave up on Jian Wuhong and focused on attacking Fang Chen. Space-time strangulation technique. Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Even the winged serpent couldn't find a trace of him. Where did he go? The winged serpent looked left and right. At the same time, a faint white halo appeared around its body, forming the strongest defense. It spread its wings and soared, reaching 10,000 meters in the air. However, even so, it couldn't block Fang Chen's attack. After using the space-time strangulation technique, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind the winged serpent like a ghost. Then, his palms carried a terrifying space-time aura and slapped the winged serpent's body. Peng! The white halo around the winged serpent's body was instantly shattered. Its body rapidly fell. Not good. The winged serpent cried out, and its aura rose sharply. It spewed out intense flames from its mouth. Seeing the winged serpent being blasted down, Jian Wuhong made her move. Her sword chi was like a rainbow, and her sword light was like a shadow. Jian Wuhong's domineering swordsmanship was fully displayed at this moment. Especially when combined with her cultivation of the sword Dao, her attack power was incomparably strong. Poochie! The winged serpent's defense was pierced by Jian Wuhong's long sword. Then, its aura rose again. En! Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and the space-time strangulation technique attacked again. Peng! The winged serpent's suppression of its cultivation was instantly released. Its wings flapped, and a strong wind blew, directly sending Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong flying. Then, the winged serpent retracted its aura and floated in the air, staring at the two of them. "Not bad, to be able to make me feel threatened, you've passed," the winged serpent said. At the last moment, if it hadn't released its suppression of its cultivation, it would definitely have been injured. The winged serpent looked at Fang Chen, its eyes full of heat. "Brat, your attainments in the Tao of space are very high, especially in your attacks," the winged serpent said. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong smiled. Although the battle was very short, the process was very thrilling. The winged serpent was very strong. Although it was suppressed to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, it was enough to insta-kill many cultivators. Fortunately, Fang Chen's spacetime true meaning just so happened to counter the winged serpent's speed. The spacetime strangulation technique could effectively disintegrate the winged serpent's attacks. The suppressed winged serpent was ultimately no match. Within the dark green palace, there is an inheritance. However, there is also danger. Don't think that just because you've passed my test, you can pass through the dark green palace unimpeded, the winged serpent said faintly, his eyes flashing. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Fang Chen said, clasping his hands. All right, you may enter. The winged serpent flapped its wings, and instantly, a void door appeared above the ruins. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong entered through it. Not long after, another group of people discovered the dark green palace. They clashed with the winged serpent. Too weak. The winged serpent flapped its wings, and a casual attack was enough to cause damage to these cultivators. Not long after, most of the cultivators died at the hands of the winged serpent. Weak. The winged serpent's eyes were filled with a cold sneer. You want to enter the dark green palace with this bit of strength? The final result was that all the cultivators that arrived were killed by the winged serpent. They were too weak, and even if they entered the dark green palace, they would only be courting death. The winged serpent flapped its wings and floated above the ruins, looking down on the ground below. Chapter 1385. Beneath the rubble, the serene green palace was still intact. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stood in front of the serene green palace, their expressions grave. The serene green palace was one of the 7 palaces and 13 palaces. Just the winged serpent guarding the serene green palace was so powerful. One could imagine that the serene green palace definitely contained an important inheritance. This is the serene green palace? Jian Wuhong said softly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. The place where Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were at was a plaza. The plaza was covered in dust. It was clear that it had undergone the baptism of time. There were 3 palaces in front of the plaza. In the middle palace was a golden plaque with the words Serene Green Palace written on it. The left palace was the library pavilion. The right palace was the Divine Wind Pavilion. According to its name, the Serene Green Palace in the middle should be the main hall of the Serene Green Palace. As for the library pavilion on the left, it should be similar to the main hall where cultivation techniques were stored. As for the Divine Wind Pavilion on the right, Fang Chen was a bit confused. Let's go in and take a look. Jian Wuhong turned to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. The two of them entered the main hall first. Buzz. As soon as they entered the main hall, they felt a boundless aura spread out. Then a soaring battle intent pressed down on them. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were startled. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The main hall's doors were closed, trapping the two of them inside. This is, Fang Chen stabilized himself, his pitch-black eyes staring ahead. Under his gaze, a strange aura erupted from the throne at the front of the hall. Following that, the strange aura scattered around the throne. Crash. A group of people instantly appeared in front of the throne. They were all filled with unyielding battle intent. What is this? Jian Wuhong hastily asked. These people's auras were very powerful, giving her a sense of pressure. They seem to be puppets. Fang Chen found that these people were somewhat wooden. They didn't seem to be living people. These are the Serene Green Guards. Just as Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were in shock, a voice suddenly entered their ears. This was Serpentwing's voice. Dark Azure Guards. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. The Dark Azure Guard was the strongest troop under Palace Lord Dark Azure's command. However, with the fall of Palace Lord Dark Green, the Dark Green Guards were wiped out as well. Serpentwing continued. For countless years, after the Dark Azure Guards died, their resentment entered their bodies, and they maintained their walking corpses for a very long time just to protect the Dark Azure Palace. Hearing this, Fang Chen was moved. He had guarded the Serene Green Palace when he was alive, and he still had such a strong obsession even after his death. These Dark Blue Guards were extremely loyal to the Dark Blue Palace Lord. Even if he died, he would protect the Serene Green Palace. You have broken through my blockade, but you are only qualified to enter the serene green palace. Serpent Wing continued, only by truly defeating the Dark Azure Guards will one have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace. Otherwise, only death awaits. Hearing this, Jen Wuhong was a little speechless. Fang Chen said, these Dark Azure Guards have an extremely powerful aura, especially after their battle intent is connected. They can even explode with powerful strength. When they were alive, they were at least creation tier elites. It's too difficult to defeat such a powerful troop. Actually, with your strength, you have a slim chance of survival. As time passes, the resentment on the Dark Azure Guards continues to weaken. Right now, the Dark Azure Guards are only equivalent to 9th layer heavenly body tier martial artists, Serpent Wing said. Fang Chen pursed his lips. Even if they were equivalent to 9th layer heavenly body tier martial artists, their battle intent was connected, and their battle prowess was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. You have no other choice. Serpent Wing fell silent after he finished speaking. No matter how Fang Chen tried to communicate with him, he ignored him. In the end, Fang Chen glanced at Jen Wuhong, his face filled with helplessness. We can only fight, Fang Chen said. Jen Wuhong nodded, her aura rippling, her battle intent overflowing. Wang. When Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong were fighting, the Dark Azure Guards moved. At their peak, the Dark Azure Guards had a total of 138 people. Now, however, there were only 36 people. However, even so, they could not be underestimated. The 30 Dark Azure Guards exploded with powerful auras. As they made their moves, their fighting spirit instantly appeared above their heads. Battle intent took form. This could only be done when one's battle intent reached an extremely high level. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Dark Azure Palace Master was truly a genius. He actually had such a powerful troop under his command. However, now was not the time for him to ponder. Fang Chen used the spatial strangulation technique, and his body passed through the void, directly entering the middle of the Dark Azure Guards. At the same time, Jen Wuhong's sword danced with a domineering sword light. With Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong's attacks added together, they could even put up a fight against Ku Shu, who was ranked first on the Magnificent Heaven roll. However, facing the Dark Azure Guards, they finally understood what a true troop was. Something like battle intent was of no use to ordinary martial artists. However, it was extremely useful to a true troop. The members of the Dark Azure Guard were able to manifest their battle intent, which greatly increased their strength. The 36 Dark Azure Guards quickly spread out, surrounding Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong in the middle. At the same time, the 36 battle intents above their heads quickly merged together. Dong. When the battle intents completely merged, the 36 Dark Azure Guards seemed to become one. Their every action was actually exactly the same. Our minds are connected. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. His body was forced to reveal itself by the Dark Azure Guards. Jen Wuhong's attacks were also broken down by the Dark Azure Guards. What do we do? Jen Wuhong was somewhat anxious. Fang Chen's brows were also furrowed as he rapidly pondered. A moment later, Fang Chen roared, "You attract their attacks." Jen Wuhong nodded and quickly waved the sword in her hand. A fierce attack once again unfolded, instantly attracting the Dark Azure Guards' attacks. The gazes of the 36 Dark Azure Guards all focused on Jen Wuhong. A saber appeared in each of their hands. Swish! 36 saber lights slashed through the air, smashing into Jen Wuhong's sword light. Crack! The sword light shattered and Jen Wuhong suffered a powerful backlash and rapidly retreated. Just as the 36 saber lights were about to strike Jen Wuhong, space suddenly rippled and the primordial killing formation appeared. Just now, Fang Chen had used Jen Wuhong to attract the Dark Azure Guard's attacks while quickly setting up the primordial killing formation. Rumble. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong hid within the primordial killing formation. The Dark Azure Guard's attacks continuously struck the primordial killing formation. Whoosh! Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The primordial killing formation had blocked the Dark Azure Guard's attacks, allowing him to relax a bit. We can't continue like this. The Dark Azure Guard's attacks are very strong, and their battle intent is still rising. If their battle intent rises to its peak, we'll definitely die, Jen Wuhong said anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, we must use the primordial killing formation as a foundation to ambush the Dark Azure Guards. As long as we heavily injure one of them, their battle intent won't be able to match and their battle strength will definitely drop. All right. Jen Wuhong nodded. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong fought the Dark Azure Guards within the Dark Azure Palace. And outside, above the ruins, an uninvited guest had arrived. This person was bald, and from his clothes, he seemed to be a monk. Dark Azure Palace. This person wore plain clothes and muttered to himself. If there were martial practitioners from the Qingyuan archipelago here, they would definitely recognize this person. He was the 21st ranked expert on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, Wood Buddha. He mainly cultivated the Buddhist Dharma and had converted to Buddhism long ago. The Buddhist Dharma he cultivated was broad and profound. And he even had a Buddhist expert as his master. The creation realm experts of the Qingyuan archipelago all believed that Wood Buddha could inherit his master's legacy and become a Buddhist expert. And this trip to the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Wood Buddha's goal was to find celestial chi and break through to the creation realm. Once a Buddhist cultivator stepped into the creation realm, their strength would far surpass other cultivators of the same cultivation level. Wood Buddha arrived above the ruins and frowned slightly when he saw the corpses on the ground. Someone came before me. Just as Wood Buddha spoke, Snakewing appeared. I'm the guardian of the Dark Azure Palace. You can enter if you defeat me, Snakewing said. Defeat you? Wood Buddha asked. Don't worry, my cultivation level will be suppressed to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, Snakewing continued. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wood Buddha's face. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. A golden Buddhist light appeared above his head, its power boundless. The battle went on for about 2 hours, and Wood Buddha defeated Snakewing by a single move. You can enter, Snakewing said. Someone else went in before me? Wood Buddha asked. 2 people, Snakewing said. Then, Wood Buddha nodded and entered the Dark Azure Palace. In front of the Dark Azure Palace, Wood Buddha looked at the tightly shut doors, recalling Snakewing's words. Snakewing had told Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong before, so Wood Buddha naturally told Snakewing. Defeat the Dark Azure Guards. Wood Buddha leisurely walked toward the main palace, and then gently pushed open the doors. Instantly, he saw 36 Dark Azure Guards madly attacking the Chaos Origin killing formation. What a powerful battle intent. Wood Buddha was slightly surprised. Then, he made his choice. It was impossible for him to deal with the dark green guards alone. Let's work together. Wood Buddha quickly entered the Chaos Origin killing formation. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong were slightly surprised when they saw this. It's too difficult to defeat the Dark Azure Guards with just the 2 of you. How about the 3 of us work together? Wood Buddha said. Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong exchanged a look. My name is Wood Buddha. If you know anything about the Qingyuan archipelago, you should have heard of my name, Wood Buddha continued. Hearing this, Jen Wuhong's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then, she nodded. Okay, the 3 of us will work together. Jen Wuhong had heard of Wood Buddha before, and was well aware of his strength. Chapter 1386. The 3 of them worked together, using the Chaos Origin killing formation as a foundation to hunt down the Nether Azure Guards. However, the 36 Nether Azure Guards were of one mind, and their fighting spirit was linked. As long as one of them was attacked, the other 35 would instantly help. During the battle, the wooden Buddha was also secretly observing Fang Chen and Jen Wuhong. This person is only at the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. After discovering Fang Chen's cultivation level, the wooden Buddha's eyes flashed. In the end, he concluded that Fang Chen had been able to enter because of Jen Wuhong. His gaze moved from Fang Chen to Jen Wuhong. This red-clothed girl is very strong. The wooden Buddha felt a sliver of threat. While he was fighting, he was also calculating. Kill. Fang Chen used the space strangulation technique, and his figure flashed, appearing and disappearing. He posed a great threat to the Nether Azure Guards. However, even after a long time, he was unable to pose any real threat. This made Fang Chen very anxious. After a long time, Fang Chen thought of a countermeasure. I'll take on the attacks of one of the Nether Azure guards. You too focus your attacks. Fang Chen's voice traveled into the ears of the wooden Buddha and Jian Wuhong. The two nodded, and then golden light circulated around Fang Chen's body. Sword-shaped seals flickered, and his perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. Wang. He took a step and quickly disappeared into the void. When he next appeared, he suddenly appeared in front of one of the Nether Azure guards. Peng! Fang Chen fiercely punched out, smashing into the Nether Azure guard's body. At the same time, the Nether Azure guard's attack also landed on Fang Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The perfect sword body blocked most of the attacks, but a small portion of the attacks still landed on his body. Dong! At the same time, Jian Wuhong and the wooden Buddha's powerful attacks whistled through the air. Fang Chen used the space strangulation technique to deal a fatal blow to the Nether Azure guard. Then, he moved and used the Chaos Origin killing formation to block the attacks of the other 35 Nether Azure guards. Crack! The primordial Chaos killing array instantly shattered. At the same time, the Dark Azure guard that had been attacked by Jian Wuhong and the Wood Buddha was heavily injured. He flew backwards and crashed heavily into the wall of the hall. Bang Fang Chen's body also fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body and the origin killing array. Otherwise, he would have really died here. Who? Fang Chen took a deep breath as exhaustion appeared on his face. With the battle will link broken, the battle wills of the 35 Dark Azure guards were unable to fuse together, causing their battle power to plummet. For the rest of the battle, Fang Chen didn't move. It was completely a battle between the wooden Buddha and the red sword. 15 minutes later, the 36 Dark Azure guards were all sent flying. Pass. Serpentwing's voice entered their ears. In an instant, the Dark Azure guards disappeared. It was as if it had disappeared from the world forever. Fang Chen was panting as he sat on the ground to recover. Jian Wuhong looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Are you all right?" If it weren't for Fang Chen, they wouldn't have had such a good chance. It was all thanks to Fang Chen that they were able to defeat the Dark Azure guards. However, the wooden Buddha didn't think so. "I'm fine." Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. However, right at the moment when Jian Wuhong was walking toward Fang Chen, the wooden Buddha beside her suddenly emitted a golden Buddhist light. He gathered power in his palm and slammed it towards Jian Wuhong. Poochie. Caught off guard, Jian Wuhong's body flew backwards. She spat out blood as her aura plummeted. Damn it. Fang Chen cursed as he got up and caught Jian Wuhong's body. Jian Wuhong's clothes were already in tatters and a deep handprint could be clearly seen. Jian Wuhong's aura was somewhat weak. She had been heavily injured and had lost the ability to fight. Her face was filled with pain. Fang Chen took out some healing pills from his interspatial ring and placed them in her mouth. Focus on recovering. After placing Jian Wuhong on the ground, Fang Chen stood up and looked at the wooden Buddha with his pitch-black eyes. "You attacked a woman?" asked Fang Chen. "If my guess is correct, she should be Jian Wuhong, ranked 3rd on the Tianhua ranking. She's a great threat to me. With her here, I definitely won't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace," sneered the wooden Buddha. After successfully sneak attacking Jian Wuhong, he no longer had anything to fear. The inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace was destined to be his. "I didn't think that the 21st ranked wooden Buddha of the Qingyuan ranking would be so despicable," said Jian Wuhong. "Everything was for the inheritance." The wooden Buddha was very calm, as if sneak attacking was nothing to him. He had heard that Jian Wuhong was very strong. However, he had never seen Fang Chen before. How laughable. "You think you can obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace just because you heavily injured Jian Wuhong," sneered Fang Chen. "Brat, you think you can threaten me with your puny cultivation base," sneered the wood Buddha. "Although you have a strong spatial true intent, you were injured in the battle just now. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." The wooden Buddha didn't think that Fang Chen was much of a threat. Fang Chen walked towards the wooden Buddha step by step. His aura leaked out and a wild sword chi spread out. His pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. Is that so? Then I want to see just how you'll kill me. Brat, you still dare to be arrogant even now? Sneered the wooden Buddha. His figure flashed, and golden Buddhist light shone brightly as he unleashed a powerful attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body. Astral energy surged as he used the space-time strangulation art. Whoosh! That was only a superficial wound. It didn't affect his strength too much. After using the space-time strangulation art, the wooden Buddha couldn't even catch Fang Chen's figure. What's going on? The wooden Buddha was shocked. He couldn't catch this person's figure. Idiot! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he appeared. His body was twisted to the extreme. His legs formed the shape of scissors as he clamped them around the wooden Buddha's neck. I don't even need to use my full strength to deal with trash like you. With a sneer, he fully activated the space-time strangulation art. Crack! The wooden Buddha felt some pain in his neck. Then he saw blood flowing out. You're courting death. The wooden Buddha was furious and wanted to fight back. However, before he could finish, he lost control of his body. Then he looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Are you surprised? Fang Chen had already stopped attacking and was looking at the wooden Buddha. Next time, you have to find out your opponent's background. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Oh, right. There won't be a next time. Crack. The wooden Buddha's eyes widened as he looked at his body in disbelief. His neck was separated from his body, and his primordial spirit was rapidly dissipating. I don't want to die. The wooden Buddha struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Remember, my name is Fang Chen. Bang! The wooden Buddha's body was separated from his head, and he died instantly. The wooden Buddha, who was ranked 21st on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, died just like that. If he had known that Fang Chen was ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking, he wouldn't have underestimated him. The Qingyuan ranking was similar to the Tianhua ranking. It was a ranking of the younger generation of the archipelago. With Fang Chen's strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 on the Qingyuan ranking. The gap between him and the wooden Buddha was huge. The wooden Buddha thought that he could kill Fang Chen and obtain the inheritance of the Serene Green Palace after injuring Jian Wuhong. What a joke! On an island far away in the sky above the void ocean. This was the core of the Qingyuan archipelago, Qingyuan Island. On a mountain peak shrouded in clouds, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. The wooden Buddha is dead. The wooden Buddha was his disciple, and he sensed it the moment he died. Who was it that killed my disciple? The old man's face was ferocious as he roared. Then he stood up and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. On this day, something shocking happened on the Qingyuan archipelago. The wooden Buddha, who was ranked 21st on the Qingyuan ranking, died. The wooden Buddha's master was enraged, and he personally entered the coiling moon fairy cave to find the murderer. The wooden Buddha was an extremely dazzling existence, especially his achievements in Buddhism. He was seen as the only martial artist who could inherit his master's legacy. However, he died not long after entering the coiling moon fairy cave. There was a huge uproar on the Qingyuan archipelago. Fang Chen, who was in the coiling moon fairy cave, had no idea. After killing the wooden Buddha, Serpent Wing's voice sounded again. I wanted to tell you that only 2 people can obtain the inheritance of the Serene Green Palace. I didn't expect one to die in the blink of an eye. Serpent Wing laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong listened carefully. I believe you can see that the left side of the main hall is the library, and the right side is the Divine Wind Pavilion. You can only choose one. Serpent Wing said, I'll give you half an hour. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong frowned and thought quickly. There must be a secret technique in the library. But what is in the Divine Wind Pavilion? Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the Divine Wind Pavilion was not simple. Moreover, he came from the Divine Wind country, so he had a special feeling for the 2 words Divine Wind. After a while, Fang Chen made his decision. I choose the Divine Wind Pavilion. Fang Chen looked at Jian Wuhong. The latter was surprised and touched, thinking that Fang Chen deliberately gave up the library to her. You don't have to do this. Jian Wuhong said. I've already made my decision, and I won't change it easily. Fang Chen said, besides, the inheritance of the Divine Wind Pavilion is not necessarily worse than the library. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong did not try to persuade him anymore. Half an hour passed in a flash. Have you made your choice? Serpent Wing asked. I choose the Divine Wind Pavilion. Fang Chen said. Crash. CCC Pavilion. Fang Chen's figure vanished into thin air. You've entered the library. After saying this, Serpent Wing sent Jian Wuhong into the library. The huge serene green palace fell into silence again, and the door was closed. As for the book collection pavilion and the Divine Wind Pavilion, they instantly lit up. After so many years, someone had finally defeated the Serene Green Guards. Chapter 1387. Book Collection Pavilion. After Jian Wuhong entered, she was surprised to find that there were many books here. At first glance, these books were actually all secret techniques. So powerful. The strength of a secret technique could determine a martial artist's future achievements. Jian Wuhong did not expect that there would be so many secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Choose one of them. Serpent Wing's voice sounded. Jian Wuhong nodded and began to choose. About an hour later, she had finished looking around the book collection pavilion. The majority of the secret techniques here were low-grade and mid-grade secret techniques. There were very few high-grade secret techniques. As for top-grade secret techniques, even in Serene Green Palace, they were considered very high-grade. It seemed that this book collection pavilion was specially prepared for disciples of Serene Green Palace. After looking around, Jian Wuhong's gaze fell on a yellowed book. This book was one of the top-grade secret techniques, called Serene Green Movement Technique. Serene Green Movement Technique, when cultivated to the peak, could increase one's speed. After reading the introduction of Serene Green Movement Technique, Jian Wuhong made her decision. She chose Serene Green Movement Technique. Her attack power was already strong enough, but her speed was still very slow. This was her weakness. I choose Serene Green Movement Technique. Jian Wuhong said. Buzz. As soon as Jian Wuhong finished speaking, Serpent Wing transmitted, Congratulations, you have chosen Serene Green Movement Technique. One could hear that Serpent Wing's voice was filled with joy. Pour in star power and activate Serene Green Movement Technique. Serpent Wing reminded. Jian Wuhong nodded and poured in star power, activating the yellowed book. Voila! A vast amount of serene green energy came out of the yellowed book. Then a shocking message entered Jian Wuhong's body. This is. Jian Wuhong was stunned for a moment before becoming overjoyed. This was the inheritance left behind by Palace Master Serene Green. She did not expect to obtain it so easily. Your luck is very good. Almost all martial artists who enter the book collection pavilion will not choose Serene Green Movement Technique. They will not hesitate to choose a secret technique with tyrannical attack power. Serpent Wing slowly said, however, what they do not know is that Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance is left behind in Serene Green Movement Technique. Only martial artists who choose the Serene Blue Movement Technique are qualified to receive Palace Master Serene Blue's inheritance. Serpent Wing continued, but you don't have to be anxious. Wait until you've cultivated the Serene Green Movement Technique to the perfection realm before you begin accepting Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was overjoyed. The Palace Master of Serene Green Palace was the Palace Master of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. His strength was needless to say. The inheritance left behind must be extraordinary. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wuhong cupped her hands in thanks. Serpent Wing said, you obtained all of this on your own. No need to thank me. All right, you can leave now. After saying that, Winged Serpent sent Jian Wuhong out of the library. Jian Wuhong felt her vision darken, and in the next moment, she appeared outside the Serene Green Palace. Fang Chen hasn't come out yet. Jian Wuhong looked in the direction of the Divine Wind Pavilion. There was still light there. Clearly, Fang Chen had not come out yet. At this moment, in the Divine Wind Pavilion, Fang Chen was playing with a palm-sized golden metal piece. This metal piece was triangular. The word serene was written on the front, while the word serene was drawn on the back. Could it be Palace Master Serene Green's command medallion, muttered Fang Chen. After entering the Divine Wind Pavilion, he found that it was completely empty. There was nothing here. There was only a single golden metal piece lying on the ground. That made him very curious. But after carefully searching, there really was nothing there. Whatever, if there's nothing then there's nothing. Fang Chen spread his hands and placed the golden metal piece into his interspatial ring. Then he left the Divine Wind Pavilion. How was it? As soon as he came out, he saw Jian Wuhong. Fang Chen hastily asked. My harvest wasn't bad. I obtained Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance. Jian Wuhong didn't hide anything from Fang Chen. That's great. Fang Chen was also happy for Jian Wuhong. What about you? Asked Jian Wuhong. I didn't get anything. The only thing in the Divine Wind Pavilion is this golden metal piece. Fang Chen took out the metal piece and showed it to Jian Wuhong. When the latter heard this, he frowned slightly in disbelief. How could that be? Who knows? Perhaps this metal piece hides a heaven-shaking secret. Fang Chen was actually quite optimistic. Crash. At this moment, Serpent Wing appeared. It floated in the air, its pitch-black eyes looking at the two of them. Brat, do you know what this golden metal piece is? Fang Chen shook his head. If he knew, would he still act like this? I can tell you without any exaggeration that this metal piece is not any less precious than Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance, said Serpent Wing. Fang Chen was even more flabbergasted. He looked at the golden piece of metal lying quietly in his palm in disbelief. You should know that the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave has 7 mansions and 13 palaces, right? Asked Serpent Wing when he saw Fang Chen's expression. Fang Chen nodded, his fiery eyes looking at Serpent Wing. The 7 mansions and 13 palaces all have their own medallions. Once you gather all 13 medallions, you can open a cave of treasures, said Serpent Wing. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this metal piece to be hiding such a huge secret. Within this cave of treasures is the Coiling Moon War Immortal's inheritance. If you can obtain it, your future will be limitless, said Serpent Wing. The Coiling Moon War Immortal's inheritance. Fang Chen's eyes blazed. You're not the only one who has discovered the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. Some of the other medallions have also appeared. If you want to snatch the medallions from others, it'll depend on your own ability, said Serpent Wing. All right. The Serene Green Palace is about to fall silent. You can leave. Without waiting for Fang Chen to reply, Serpent Wing waved his hand. The Serene Green Palace instantly vanished. As for Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong, they appeared above the ruins. The ruins were still ruins. There had been no change. Only Fang Chen knew that the Serene Green Palace beneath the ruins would most likely never appear again. Senior, we'll be leaving, said Fang Chen with cupped fists. Then, he left with Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong had been ambushed by Mu Fu and had yet to recover from her injuries. She needed Fang Chen to take care of her. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, some figures appeared in front of them. Hurry up, senior brother Mu Fu's aura is coming from here. The leader of the group said in a deep voice. There were about a dozen martial artists, and almost all of them were experts on the Qingyuan leaderboard. However, the strongest person was only ranked 75th on the Qingyuan leaderboard. These people had all followed Mu Fu into the Coiling Moon Divine Cave. They had supreme treasures on them that could sense Mu Fu's aura. Not long ago, they sensed Mu Fu's arrival and quickly came to look for him. However, halfway through, they found that Mu Fu's aura had disappeared. This gave them a bad premonition. Whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen martial artists hurried over. After a while, they found Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong. Yes. The leader ignored the two of them at first. However, after seeing Jian Wuhong, he stopped in his tracks. She has senior brother Mu Fu's aura on her. In an instant, the leader concluded that this person must have been injured by Mu Fu. Stop. The leader of the group scolded. The others immediately surrounded them. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stopped in their tracks. What do you mean? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Have you seen Senior Brother Mu Fear? The leader asked. No. Fang Chen did not want to cause more trouble, so he said directly. You're lying. Her injuries were clearly caused by Senior Brother Mu Fear. You must have fought with Senior Brother Mu Fear. The leader said coldly, to be able to escape from Senior Brother Mu Fear's injuries, it seems that you're not weak. Attack. As soon as the leader finished speaking, he waved his hand and shouted loudly. Immediately, more than a dozen martial artists attacked. Courting death. Fang Chen frowned. These people saw Jian Wuhong injured and thought that the two of them were pushovers. How ridiculous. Bang. Fang Chen punched out and directly killed the disciple closest to him, causing his head to explode. Yes. Seeing this, the few people who were attacking were a little shocked and slowed down. However, Fang Chen attacked. Bang. Bang. Every time he punched out, a person would be killed. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. The leader was terrified. This person was so strong. Could it be that Senior Brother Mu Fe had also been killed? Thinking of this, the leader's body trembled and he knelt on the ground. Hero, please spare me. Bang. Fang Chen smashed his head into pieces with a punch. Then, he left with sword dance Hong. On the martial path, one could not be soft-hearted. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. So Fang Chen's principle was very simple. If anyone wanted to kill him, he would mercilessly kill them. He did not even fear Senior Brother Mu Fe. What could a dozen martial artists do to him? After searching for a long time, Fang Chen brought Jian Wuhong to a hidden cave. Then Fang Chen set up an illusion formation to hide the cave. Within the cave, Jian Wuhong sat on the ground with a pale face. Fang Chen stood at the side. He stretched out his hand and then withdrew it. After pondering for a moment, he stretched it out again and then withdrew it again. He seemed to be unable to make up his mind. Sigh. Fang Chen sighed. After all, Jian Wuhong was a woman. If he wanted to heal her, he would have to take off her clothes. Although Jian Wuhong's back was facing him, they were still skin to skin. I'm fine. Come on. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She closed her eyes and made a mosquito-like sound. Then, her hands trembled as she took off her clothes. Her snow-white skin was instantly exposed. It was fortunate that her back was facing Fang Chen. Otherwise, her towering breasts would have been completely exposed. Jian Wuhong hugged her chest with both hands, trying to calm her heart. Seeing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Jian Wuhong's snow-white skin. In an instant, Jian Wuhong's body trembled. 88. Are you okay? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She could not open her mouth. Her chest was heaving up and down. One could imagine how nervous Jian Wuhong was. This was the first time in her life that she had such contact with a strange man. Hearing Fang Chen's question, she shook her head. Chapter 1388. The healing process continued. Fang Chen placed his palm on Jian Wuhong's soft back and shook his head. He put away his messy thoughts and focused on healing her. The wooden Buddha's attack was very vicious. Moreover, his palm was poisonous. On Jian Wuhong's back, there was a very deep palm mark. Around the palm mark, there was a black aura. It filled Jian Wuhong's back and formed a sharp contrast with her flawless white skin. Fortunately, the poison was not too strong. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could completely remove it. Back then, he was poisoned by the blood poison that made countless warriors tremble in fear. In the end, he managed to remove it. A mere poison like this was nothing. Fang Chen pressed his palm hard. Immediately, pitch-black blood flowed out from the palm mark. Fang Chen was using his star energy to force out the poison in Jian Wuhong's body. From the beginning to the end, Jian Wuhong's face was red. She lowered her head and did not say a word. Her trembling body proved that she was very nervous. After about an hour, the poison was finally forced out completely. As for Fang Chen, he gently moved his hand away. It's done. Fang Chen wiped the sweat on his forehead and said softly. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's body stiffened for a moment. Then, she quickly put on her clothes. Thank you. The two words were squeezed out from the gaps of her teeth. After saying this, Jian Wuhong hurriedly walked to a corner of the cave and buried her head in healing. Her hair covered her face. Fang Chen did not know what her expression was. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled. Then, he stood up and walked to Jian Wuhong's side. He took out a few pills. These are all healing pills. Take them. It won't take long for your injuries to be completely healed, Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong hesitated for a moment. In the end, she stretched out her white hand and took the pills from Fang Chen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stayed in the cave. However, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and cultivated. As for Jian Wuhong, she was wholeheartedly healing. The injuries caused by the wooden Buddha's sneak attack were also gradually recovering. Moreover, Jian Wuhong took the opportunity to cultivate the serene blue movement technique. It had to be said that the serene blue movement technique was indeed profound. Even with her talent, she could only barely understand some of it. She did not even reach the basic level. This made her feel helpless but also pleasantly surprised. She was helpless because she did not know when she would be able to cultivate the serene blue movement technique to perfection. And serene blue movement technique, Palace Master Serene Blue, Palace Master's inheritance, was definitely not ordinary. However, in the end, the peaceful atmosphere. 3 days, at noon. These people were all middle-aged martial artists. Some of them had even lived for more than 10,000 years. Yeah. Our talent is only SOSO. If we can't get external help, we will never be able to enter the creation realm. Once our time is up, we will definitely die, another person said. Don't worry. With our strength, as long as we don't meet those peerless powerhouses, we won't be in any danger. The few of them sat on a piece of green stone and discussed with each other. They had been in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave for a while and had not been able to find any immortal chi. They came here by accident and wanted to rest for a while before continuing. However, just as they were discussing, a green-haired elder suddenly looked in the direction of the cave and exclaimed softly, "Old He, what's wrong?" Hearing Old His exclamation, the others turned around and asked, "There's an illusion array here." Old He frowned and said softly. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed slightly. Immediately, one of them asked, "What's going on?" Old Ho was the only divine array master among them. His attainment in Formation Dao had reached the level of a 6-star Formation Master. At the same time, Old He was the highest-ranked guest elder of the Jiyu family on the Old Hua Islands. A 6-star Formation Master deserved to be treated this way. This time, they entered the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave with Old He, so the other elders were very assured. They had personally experienced Old His array. It was too powerful. Unless they met a peerless powerhouse, no one would be able to break Old His array. "Open it and take a look," someone suggested. Old He said, "This illusory formation is quite brilliant." Old He could tell at a glance that the martial artist who set up the illusion array was a powerful formation master. "Old He, can you break it?" another elder asked. Old He nodded. "Although this illusion array is very exquisite, with my attainment, I can break it in minutes." Comparatively speaking, illusory formations were not that powerful. The most important thing was that they could hide and not be discovered by outsiders. However, once they were discovered, they could easily break it. Fang Chen did not expect a 6-star formation master to come here. "Old He, quickly break the array. There might be an inheritance or immortal chi inside," the few elders said excitedly. Old He nodded and stood up. A strong Formation Dao aura appeared around him. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from his body and into the illusion array. Buzz! Ripples appeared on the surface of the illusory formation. Fang Chen, who was cultivating in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. Fang Chen felt the fluctuation of the illusion array and stood up. Jian Wuhong, who was in the corner, raised her head and looked at Fang Chen. A trace of surprise flashed across her face. After 3 days, Jian Wuhong was no longer shy. Moreover, she did not mention a word about Fang Chen treating her injuries. At this moment, she saw Fang Chen's serious expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone is breaking my array," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong stood up and walked to Fang Chen's side. Boom! At this moment, the illusion array shattered. Wild laughter came from outside. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The few elders of the Jiyu family entered the cave with incomparable speed. When they entered the cave, they realized that there were two people inside. "Who are you?" one of the elders asked coldly. But soon, another elder recognized the two of them. The 10th on the Tianhua ranking, Fang Chen, and the 3rd, Jian Wuhong. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Old He was also a little surprised. Everyone thinks that Jian Wuhong is pure and innocent. I didn't expect her to meet a man here. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. The elders burst into laughter. Fang Chen saw the insignia on their collars and immediately asked, "Are you from the Jiyu family?" "Kid, since you know that we are from the Jiyu family, why don't you obediently accept your punishment?" They were naturally referring to Jiyu Yu's defeat by Fang Chen. As for Jiyu Yu's death, they had not found out that Fang Chen was involved. "Ridiculous," Fang Chen said coldly. Jian Wuhong's aura shook. She was very angry. As a woman, what she cared about the most was her reputation and integrity. There was nothing in the first place, but if word got out through these people's mouths, they would definitely be laughed at by the world. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Feeling Jian Wuhong's aura, Fang Chen nodded at her and said, "Don't worry, none of you will escape." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen set up the Chaos Element Killing Array. Rumble, the Chaos Element Killing Array was activated, and a murderous aura spread out. The Jiyu family members were instantly surrounded by the killing array. Old He, break the array. The Jiyu family members trusted Old He very much. "You guys block the array's attack, I will break it," Old He said confidently. "Okay." The others desperately blocked the array's attack. Inside the cave, Fang Chen controlled the array formation. Beside him, Jian Wuhong dove into the primordial chaos killing array. These people's insults were enough for her to kill them. Poochie, how could they block Jian Wuhong's anger? With the help of the chaos element killing array, Jian Wuhong's attack power reached its peak. With every slash of her sword, someone would die. With 3 slashes, she killed 3 Jiyu family elders. "Jian Wuhong, are you going to go against my Jiyu family?" one of the elders roared furiously. "Yes." Jian Wuhong sneered. She raised her sword and chopped off that elder's head. In the blink of an eye, only Old He was left in the chaos element killing array. "I refuse to accept this." As a 6-star formation master, Old He was very confident in his formation skills. However, he was unable to break Fang Chen's chaos element killing array. His eyes widened as his corpse fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. After killing everyone, the chaos element killing array was deactivated. Jian Wuhong put away her sword and walked out of the cave. "What did they say?" Before Fang Chen could finish, Jian Wuhong stopped him. "They didn't say anything," Jian Wuhong said coldly. Seeing Jian Wuhong's expression, Fang Chen was also stunned. Then, he scratched his head awkwardly. The two left side by side. The Jiyu family elders were also quite pitiful. This was the consequence of having a bad mouth. After a while, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong arrived at a wasteland. Along the way, the two of them met many cultivators and hurriedly rushed forward. "What happened ahead?" Fang Chen asked curiously. "I don't know." Finally, Fang Chen couldn't take it anymore. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside a martial artist who was rushing forward. Being stopped by Fang Chen, this martial artist was a bit panicked. "What happened ahead?" Fang Chen asked. The old Hua Island's Tianhua ranking expert was surrounded by the evil Soul Island's disciples, the martial artist said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a bit surprised. "I heard that this Tianhua ranking expert is an expert in formations. The martial artists he brought with him are all dead. He's the only one left, desperately holding on. Every old Hua Island disciple who heard the news has rushed to the battlefield." Fang Chen took a deep breath. He already knew who this Tianhua ranking expert was. By Wuzong, the first disciple of the ancient East sect. Chapter 1389. When he learned that Bai Wuzong was besieged, Fang Chen didn't say a word. He and Jian Wuhong rushed to the battlefield as quickly as they could. Fortunately, they weren't far from the battlefield. In just an hour, they arrived at the battlefield. There were a large number of martial artists here. On one side were the disciples of the old Hua Islands led by Bai Wuzong. On the other side were the disciples of the Evil Spirit Islands. The old Hua Islands disciples who'd come to help Bai Wuzong were all from the Old East Alliance. However, they were too weak to help Bai Wuzong. By the time Fang Chen arrived, they'd already been suppressed. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong's formation, they'd already have been slaughtered. Bai Wuzong was alone, supporting the formation. His white robes were covered in blood. His face was ferocious. The Evil Spirit Islands martial artists were too despicable. If it were one-on-one, he wouldn't fear anyone. But the Evil Spirit Islands martial artists liked to fight in groups. Moreover, one of them was an expert in formations. If it weren't for his interference, Bai Wuzong wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The battlefield was littered with corpses. There were martial artists from the Evil Spirit Islands, as well as Bai Wuzong's brothers. Seeing their corpses, Bai Wuzong threw his head back and roared. He was furious. Bai Wuzong, you're dead. The leader of the Evil Spirit Islands disciples sneered. Xie Fengyun, you despicable bastard. Xie Fengyun was a genius ranked 25th on the Evil Spirit list. The path of martial arts is one where the strong prey on the weak. Despicable? Xie Fengyun sneered. Crack. As he spoke, Xie Fengyun's large hand pressed down. The formation above Bai Wuzong cracked. Poochie. The martial artists within Bai Wuzong's formation coughed up blood. They were too weak to withstand such a powerful attack. All of you, leave. Bai Wuzong roared. If they left, he might have a chance. Brother Bai, we won't leave. That's right. We Old East disciples aren't afraid of death. Even if we die, we'll die with Brother Bai. Bai Wuzong was moved by their words. On the other side, Xie Fengyun sneered. Don't leave. A warrior behind Xie Fengyun reminded him, let's finish this quickly. If other masters from the old Hua Islands come, we'll be in danger. After all, this was the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. It was not suitable for a prolonged battle. Xie Fengyun nodded. Then, the evil aura around him dissipated. Suddenly, the giant hand in the void expanded by more than 10 times. Soon after, he pressed down with his large hand. Crack. The formation that Bai Wuzong had been trying so hard to maintain finally shattered at this moment. Bang. Many martial artists fled. However, there were still some martial artists who couldn't escape in time and were crushed to death by Xie Fengyun's giant hand. The moment the formation shattered, Bai Wuzong unleashed a powerful attack, wanting to force Xie Fengyun back. However, he was no longer a match for Xie Fengyun due to the backlash of the formation. With a bang, Bai Wuzong was sent flying by Xie Fengyun. Bai Wuzong, you can die now. With that, Xie Fengyun took a step forward and flew in the direction where Bai Wuzong had been sent flying. Bai Wuzong, who was sent flying, was furious. But there was nothing he could do. However, just as he was about to fight to the death, suddenly, a palm landed on his back. Then, his body slowly landed on the ground. He hurriedly turned his head and found that it was Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong. Brother Fang, why are you here? I heard that you were in danger, so I rushed over, Fang Chen said with a smile. Bai Wuzong felt a warmth in his heart. Then, he nodded at Jian Wuhong. The trace of despair in his heart instantly disappeared. It was replaced by confidence. Jian Wuhong alone was enough to deal with Xie Fengyun. Not to mention, there was also a more abnormal Fang Chen. Get lost. As he spoke, Xie Fengyun's attack came whistling. Fang Chen didn't even think and punched out. Xie Fengyun was immediately forced back. Xie Fengyun stabilized his body. His expression changed slightly as he stared at the two people who had suddenly appeared. Xie Fengyun, you can't kill me. Today, you will die here. Bai Wuzong laughed wildly. Oh no, it's Jian Wuhong, third on the Tianhua ranking, and Fang Chen, 10th. The warrior behind Xie Fengyun shouted, "Not good." He had done some research on the other 3 islands. Before entering the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he had memorized the top 100 names of the 3 archipelagos. She was wearing a red dress and looked extremely enchanting. Her sword qi shot up into the sky. Needless to say, this woman was Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua ranking. The top beauty of the old Hua Islands and a genius sword cultivator. Jian Wuhong. Xie Fengyun had heard of Jian Wuhong's name long ago, but he had never seen her before. At this moment, he was looking at Jian Wuhong with a fiery light in his eyes. So beautiful. A touch of lust appeared in Xie Fengyun's eyes. "Only a beauty like this is qualified to be my plaything," Xie Fengyun said softly. Boom. As soon as Xie Fengyun finished speaking, the martial artist behind him waved his hand and set up an array, blocking Fang Chen and the others. "Kill!" Bai Wuzong yelled. The disciples of the old Hua Islands started to counterattack. A moment later, Fang Chen broke the array. The martial artist who set up the array was stunned. He didn't believe that Bai Wuzong could break his array in such a short time. Is there someone else? But before he could react, Jian Wuhong's long sword was pressed against his neck. Poochie. The long sword swung, and a cold light flashed. The martial artist who set up the array was instantly killed. Bang! On the battlefield, a one-sided trend appeared. In a moment, the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands were all dead. When the last martial artist was killed, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong looked confused. Fang Chen and Xie Fengyun had both disappeared. Did Brother Fang go after Xie Fengyun? Bai Wuzong thought to himself. That was indeed the case. When Xie Fengyun knew about Jian Wuhong, he wanted to retreat. As soon as the martial artist who set up the array, he used an escape technique and quickly fled. However, Fang Chen had already set his eyes on him. The true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme, constantly traveling through time and space. Xie Fengyun's escape technique was very impressive. However, facing Fang Chen's true meaning of time and space, he didn't have the strength. On a hidden ground far away from the battlefield, the ground suddenly exploded. Then, Xie Fengyun broke out of the ground. He was panting heavily, a little tired. Using the escape technique still had some side effects on him. When I get the immortal qi and step into the creation tier, I'll definitely get Jian Wuhong. A sinister smile flashed across Xie Fengyun's eyes. However, just as he was feeling proud, a powerful aura suddenly spread out. Xie Fengyun's expression changed drastically, and he instantly became alert. Space rippled, and Fang Chen walked out calmly. Xie Fengyun's eyes widened in disbelief. His escape technique was said to be invincible in the heavenly body tier. He didn't understand how this brat found this place. "I almost let you escape," Fang Chen said. The true meaning of time and space circled around him, and his aura locked onto Xie Fengyun. Xie Fengyun's strength was inferior to the wooden Buddha. In Fang Chen's eyes, he was already a dead man. Damn it! Xie Fengyun roared and threw a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and Xie Fengyun's body instantly flew out. In an instant, Xie Fengyun knew that he was no match for this person. Continue. Xie Fengyun gritted his teeth and continued to use the escape technique. His body burrowed into the ground and quickly disappeared. Want to escape? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered, and with a tap of his foot, disappeared into the void. One in the sky, one in the ground, the 2 engaged in a speed contest. After about half an hour, Xie Fengyun broke out of the ground again. This was the second time he had used the escape technique, and he was already somewhat exhausted. I don't believe that he can still catch up. However, as soon as Xie Fengyun's voice fell, Fang Chen appeared again. How is this possible? Xie Fengyun cried out involuntarily. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Go to hell. Fang Chen didn't give Xie Fengyun a chance. He threw a punch with all his strength. Ah! Xie Fengyun looked up to the sky and roared. Thick flames appeared around him, and at the risk of being seriously injured by Fang Chen, he burrowed into the ground. Still running. Fang Chen frowned and continued to chase. This time, Xie Fengyun burned his own star power to use the escape technique. Even if he escaped this time, he would suffer a strong backlash, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Damn it. Xie Fengyun cursed as he ran. Burning his own star power, his escape speed was much faster. And it lasted for a long time. In his sea of qi, the star tower began to tremble. Xie Fengyun knew that the star power was exhausted, and the escape technique was about to end. Crash. He broke out of the ground again. Xie Fengyun sat on the ground, and his aura was a bit weak. At this time, not far from Xie Fengyun, a man in black armor had just walked out of the waterfall. Well, it seems to be Xie Fengyun's aura. The man in black armor frowned and disappeared in front of the waterfall in a flash. Xie Fengyun was panting, and his face was pale. He thought that Fang Chen wouldn't appear again, but he was desperate. Only 3 minutes later, Fang Chen appeared again. Let's see where you can run this time. Looking at the weak Xie Fengyun, Fang Chen said coldly. Then, he gathered strength in his fist and threw a punch. Xie Fengyun closed his eyes, and his body didn't move. He was desperate. Seeing that Fang Chen's fist was about to hit Xie Fengyun's body. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. Stop. This voice contained a domineering aura. As soon as the voice fell, a black light flashed and came in front of Fang Chen's fist. Bang! The black light exploded and blocked Fang Chen's punch. Chapter 1390. The man in black armor flew over. His appearance gave Xie Fengyun, who was in despair, hope once again. Brother Tianlong, save me, Xie Fengyun shouted when he saw the man in black armor. Boy, you've got guts. How dare you kill Xie Fengyun, the man in black armor said coldly as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen sneered when he heard that. Only the people of the evil Soul Islands are allowed to attack others. Others can't attack you, Fang Chen said. Xie Tianlong frowned, and murderous intent filled his heart. Brother Tianlong, kill him. Xie Fengyun ran behind Xie Tianlong and shouted crazily. Xie Tianlong was ranked 15th on the evil soul list, and he was much stronger than Xie Fengyun. Xie Fengyun had full confidence in Xie Tianlong, believing that he could definitely kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen had already sensed Xie Tianlong's aura when he appeared. Don't worry. He can't escape. The evil Soul Islands were much stronger than the old Hua Islands. Therefore, the experts on the evil soul list should be more powerful than those on the Tianhua list. Xie Tianlong stared at Fang Chen and flipped his hand. A black light flashed, containing a destructive aura. Die. As soon as Xie Tianlong finished his words, he waved his hand. Bang! The black light collided with Fang Chen's fist and exploded. Fang Chen's figure took 3 steps backward. Xie Tianlong, ranked 15th on the evil soul list, is only SOSO. Fang Chen sneered. Xie Tianlong's strength was similar to Ji Yu's. They were not on the same level. Hey! Xie Tianlong exclaimed softly, as if he was a little surprised. Brother Tianlong, this is Fang Chen, ranked 10th on the Tianhua list, Xie Fengyun explained. Xie Tianlong nodded. No wonder he was so strong. Ranked 10th on the Tianhua list. Xie Tianlong smiled eerily. I like to kill geniuses. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Tianlong attacked. His evil path's secret arts were faintly discernible, and their offensive power was extremely strong. However, Fang Chen's attack was even more powerful. Dong. After exchanging a few blows, Xie Tianlong already had the intention to retreat. When did the 10th on the Tianhua list become so strong? In his memory, the 10th on the Tianhua list was about the same as the 15th on the evil soul list. As for the current Fang Chen, his strength was on par with his. In fact, Xie Tianlong was wrong. He didn't know that Fang Chen's red glass sword had been taken by Fu Long. He couldn't use any more powerful attacks. Otherwise, how could he, Xie Tianlong, fight against Fang Chen? Xie Tianlong secretly sent a message to Xie Fengyun, telling him to flee. Then, he pretended to attack. When Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, Xie Tianlong's figure flashed and he immediately fled. Seeing Xie Tianlong. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His experience was still insufficient. Otherwise, Xie Tianlong would not have escaped. Xie Tianlong's escape technique was clearly much stronger than Xie Fengyun's. Even if he activated the true meaning of time and space with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. He might as well just give up. Whoosh! His face was originally filled with a wild smile, but at this moment, it instantly froze. Even Xie Tianlong managed to escape. Fang Chen was simply too strong. Xie Fengyun's body flashed as he gritted his teeth and fled. His star power had already been exhausted, so he couldn't use any escape techniques. Therefore, they could only rely on flying. Die! Fang Chen threw out a punch. The vast fist radiance hit Xie Fengyun's head hard. Crack! Xie Fengyun's head exploded, and he died instantly. Fang Chen withdrew his fist and leaped into the air, disappearing into the void. However, after Fang Chen left, a golden figure suddenly appeared in Xie Fengyun's shattered head. This golden man was Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit. Damn that Fang Chen! I will definitely get my revenge. Xie Fengyun roared angrily and prepared to flee. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would be able to possess another body and be resurrected. Once his primordial spirit was shattered, he would be completely dead. However, just as Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was about to flee, the space suddenly froze. Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was shocked. What's going on? In the void, Fang Chen appeared again. I was almost fooled by you. Fang Chen grinned. He really thought that Xie Fengyun was dead, but after he used the true meaning of time and space to leave, suddenly, he felt the fluctuation of primordial spirit. His consciousness was so strong that he instantly felt that Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was still alive. Then, he quickly returned. Seeing Fang Chen appear, Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit quickly fled. Fang Chen reached out and grabbed his primordial spirit. Fang Chen, let me go. Xie Fengyun begged for mercy. Give me a reason, Fang Chen said. I'm an expert on the evil soul list of the evil soul islands. I'm protected by the master of the islands. If you kill me, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Xie Fengyun hurriedly said. That's not a reason, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, why can your primordial spirit escape my attack? Fang Chen asked coldly. My primordial spirit is strong, so I can naturally escape your attack. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to any of your requests. At this moment, Xie Fengyun also felt fear and kept begging for mercy. However, in response to his dishonesty, Fang Chen's palm tightened. Immediately, miserable screams came from within the primordial spirit. Not going to say it, right? Fang Chen sneered and continued to exert force. Cracks appeared on Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit. Seeing that his primordial spirit was about to shatter, Xie Fengyun desperately roared. Stop, I'll talk. Isn't this better? Fang Chen no longer exerted force, and Xie Fengyun also stopped screaming. I accidentally discovered a palace and fought with the palace's guardian. I took a feather from it. It was that feather that protected my primordial spirit, said Xie Fengyun. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. Then he reached out once more and found the feather on Xie Fengyun's body. That feather was 5-colored and incomparably beautiful. It's this feather. The feather lay quietly in his palm. A clear stream of energy flowed into his palm. Yes, it's this feather, said Xie Fengyun. Where is that palace? Fang Chen put away the feather. It's on the Devil Mountain. 10,000 miles north of here, said Xie Fengyun. Fang Chen nodded, secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get the address of another palace after killing Xie Fengyun. This was beyond his expectations. I've already told you. Can you let me go now? Asked Xie Fengyun. Crack. Fang Chen squeezed hard, and Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit shattered. Fang Chen smiled wickedly. When did I say I would let you go? In fact, Fang Chen had already decided that whether Xie Fengyun said it or not, he would die. However, Xie Fengyun still thought that he could escape. 10,000 miles north of here, the Devil Mountain. Fang Chen softly muttered. Then his figure flashed, and he left the place. In a hidden place, Xie Tianlong was panting. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that he escaped quickly, he would have died by now. Damn you! Xie Tianlong was furious. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Xie Tianlong's mind. Brother Tianlong, there's a palace on the Devil Mountain. Xie Fengyun's voice came. Xie Tianlong's heart shook, and his face was filled with joy. He naturally knew about the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, but he couldn't find them. One of the 13 palaces. Xie Tianlong was very happy. But immediately, his face became gloomy. Through a secret method, he felt that Xie Fengyun had died. Fang Chen may have also received the news. To be on the safe side, I'll call a few acquaintances to go with me. Xie Tianlong's eyes turned, and he muttered to himself. A few hours later, Fang Chen returned to the battlefield. Jian Wuhong, Bai Wuzong, and the others were still waiting here. They knew that Fang Chen would definitely come back. A mere Xie Fengyun couldn't threaten him. Sure enough, he came back. How was it? Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chen nodded. Xie Fengyun has been killed by me. Great. Bai Wuzong smiled. However, while killing Xie Fengyun, I encountered Xie Tianlong. What Xie Tianlong? Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's eyes widened. Where's Xie Tianlong? I scared him away, Fang Chen said as he spread out his hands. Bai Wuzong was speechless, looking at Fang Chen in shock. This freak. They were both martial artists who broke through the extreme realm, but Fang Chen was already so strong that he couldn't even defeat Xie Fengyun. Thinking of this, Bai Wuzong's expression dimmed. Seeing this, Fang Chen guessed Bai Wuzong's thoughts. Then he patted Bai Wuzong's shoulder and comforted him. Brother Bai, with your attainments in formations, it won't be long before you reach the 7 stars realm. If Bai Wuzong could become a 7-star divine array master, his ranking on the Tianhua ranking would quickly rise to the top 10, or even the top 5. Yes, I'll definitely work hard. Bai Wuzong nodded heavily. He had broken through the extreme realm and was very talented. Compared to others, he had too many advantages. He had to make full use of them. But right now, we need to go somewhere, Fang Chen said after a moment. Where? Bai Wuzong asked. One of the 13 palaces, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong were overjoyed. Especially Jian Wuhong, who had obtained the serene blue movement technique. She naturally knew that the inheritances of the 13 palaces were very powerful. If they could obtain another inheritance, their strength would definitely increase. After a while, Fang Chen and the other 2 made a decision. The 3 of them would go together. As for the other disciples, they were too weak. They would only die if they went. If the 3 of us work together, there won't be many opponents in the heavenly body realm. Bai Wuzong was very confident. With his formations and Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong's overbearing attacks, there really wouldn't be many opponents in the heavenly body realm. Don't be careless. The other 3 islands also have hidden geniuses. Don't underestimate them, Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong also nodded. Among the 4 archipelagos, the old China archipelagos was relatively weak. Chapter 1391. A distance of 10,000 miles was really nothing to Fang Chen and the rest. After a few hours, they arrived at the foot of the Demon Evil Mountain. Is that the Demon Evil Mountain? From afar, the mountain seemed to reach the clouds, and there seemed to be a devil at the peak. Demonic qi filled the air around the mountain. The demonic qi here is too dense, said Bai Wuzong. Let's go, said Jian Wuhong. The 3 climbed up the Demon Evil Mountain side by side. As soon as Fang Chen and the others arrived at the top of the mountain, a 5-colored mystical bird appeared instantly. This is, Fang Chen instantly recognized that the feather he had obtained earlier was probably plucked from this 5-colored divine bird. Kid, give me back my feather. This was the first sentence the 5-colored divine bird said after it appeared. This caused Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong to scratch their heads in confusion. Hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled and took out a 5-colored feather. Whoosh! The 5-colored feather returned to the 5-colored divine bird. At this time, the 5-colored divine bird withdrew its aura, and Fang Chen and the others felt relaxed. I am the guardian of the Fire Cloud Palace. You can only enter the Fire Cloud Palace if you defeat me, said the 5-colored divine bird. Its body was covered in flames. Fang Chen and the others looked at each other and prepared to attack. However, at this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the foot of the demon evil mountain. Then, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Fang Chen, you still dare to appear? It was Xie Tianlong's voice. His appearance surprised Fang Chen. Whoosh! Behind Xie Tianlong, there were several figures with strong auras. Xie Tianlong. Fang Chen looked at Xie Tianlong. Brother Ming, this is the person who killed Xie Fengyun, said Xie Tianlong respectfully to the person behind him. Xie Ming, 5th on the evil soul list. Seeing Xie Ming, Zhen Wuhong was also startled. Her expression was grave. Even if she faced Xie Ming, she had no chance of winning. Settle your personal grudges first, the 5-colored divine bird said. Xie Ming glanced at Fang Chen, then turned to Zhen Wuhong. Sword Dance Red, how have you been? Xie Ming smiled. It was as if he had met Zhen Wuhong before. Xie Ming, you want to stop us? Zhen Wuhong said coldly. This brat killed Xie Fengyun. I can't just sit by and watch. Xie Ming sneered. Fang Chen was expressionless, while Bai Wuzong was somewhat nervous. Brother Ming. Xie Tianlong called out softly. Xie Ming's gaze once again shifted to Fang Chen. Brat, you're quite capable, aren't you? You actually dared to kill Xie Fengyun. Xie Ming laughed. Kill yourself here, and I can let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Are all the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands this arrogant? Fang Chen countered with a question. Xie Ming's face darkened. In the entire Evil Soul Islands, no one dared to speak to Xie Ming like that. And this person was only 10th on the Tianhua ranking. He actually dared to talk back to him. What an audacious fellow. Xie Ming stepped forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. What you just said is enough to kill you, said Xie Ming. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. Fang Chen guessed that Xie Ming's strength was on par with Fu Long's. He had a trump card like the space-time strangulation art, so he didn't fear Xie Ming. One of his goals in entering the moon cave was to find Fu Long. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude had successfully infuriated Xie Ming. Xie Ming's expression darkened, and he said to the people behind him, I'll stop Zhen Wuhong. You guys kill him. After saying that, Xie Ming attacked. Just as he had expected, Zhen Wuhong attacked at the same time. The two peak geniuses began to fight. Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Bai Wuzong. Brother Bai, are you interested in slaughtering geniuses? Of course. As soon as Bai Wuzong's voice fell, a peak Tier 6 formation was instantly set up. The several martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands, including Xie Tianlong, were instantly surrounded by the formation. At the same time, Fang Chen set up the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. Rumble, inside the Chaos Origin Killing Formation, a crazy attack instantly emerged. Fang Chen and Bai Wuzong entered the formation at the same time. Courting death. Xie Tianlong sneered and attacked side by side with the others. However, Fang Chen walked straight towards him. Xie Tianlong, I let you escape last time. This time, you're dead for sure. Fang Chen punched out and directly sent Xie Tianlong flying. The latter exclaimed and his figure flickered, not daring to fight Fang Chen head-on. Let's work together and kill him, Xie Tianlong roared. The others nodded and prepared to encircle Fang Chen. Brother Bai, stop them, said Fang Chen. Bai Wuzong nodded and launched a crazy attack. Fang Chen took a step forward and used the space-time strangulation art. No. Xie Tianlong roared and desperately tried to dodge, but there was nothing he could do. Outside the formation, Xie Ming heard Xie Tianlong's miserable cry and his figure flashed and entered the formation. Bang! At the critical moment, Xie Ming blocked Fang Chen's space-time strangulation art. His body was constantly retreating. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Fang Chen with a gloomy face. His heart was a little shaken. That attack just now was too tyrannical. Even he was a little scared. Zhen Wuhong and the other two stood side by side and coldly looked at Xie Ming and the others. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectations. But it won't change anything. Xie Ming sneered. Suddenly, Xie Ming's big hand stretched out, passing through the void and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. This sudden attack caused Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong's expressions to change drastically. Crack! Xieming's big hand grabbed Fang Chen's body. Die! Xieming laughed sinisterly. Caught by him, Fang Chen was dead for sure. But what shocked him was that Fang Chen's figure was gradually disappearing. At the same time, on the other side of the formation, ripples appeared in the void, and Fang Chen calmly walked out. You want to kill me with this little trick? Fang Chen walked over step by step, his body full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill the warriors of the wicked Spirit Islands. In his mind, the words of the sword sect's leader echoed. In the coiling moon cave, don't trust anyone except the ancient Eastern Alliance. And don't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, you'll put yourself in a dangerous situation. Wuhong, you stop Xieming. Brother Bai, you take full control of the formation. Fang Chen ordered. Jian Wuhong nodded and stopped Xieming. Bai Wuzong took full control of the formation. A fierce wind blew. Fang Chen stepped forward, like a god of war, and killed his way into the crowd. Space-time strangulation. Fang Chen's figure seemed to merge with the void. Xie Tianlong and the others couldn't find Fang Chen's figure. The moment the ghostly figure appeared, he used his strongest trump card and killed one of the cultivators with one strike. Then he disappeared again. Damn it! Xieming was furious, and attacked wildly, but Jian Wuhong stopped him. Jian Wuhong, you can't stop me. Xieming said coldly. You'll know if you try, Jian Wuhong said calmly. Xieming launched a frenzied attack, trying to break free from Jian Wuhong's entanglement and kill Fang Chen. But just as he attacked, another person died under Fang Chen's attack. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, only Xie Tianlong was left. Die! Fang Chen punched Xie Tianlong, and then his figure flashed. He appeared where Xie Tianlong's body had fallen, and used space-time strangulation to kill him. Boom! Xieming was completely enraged, and he attacked fiercely. However, in the face of Fang Chen and the other two's combined attacks, they were powerless. Damn it! Xieming roared in his heart. He was very unhappy that he was suppressed by the three of them. As the prodigy of the younger generation of the Evil Soul Islands, he came to Demon Evil Mountain with confidence. He didn't expect to be humiliated like this. Xieming roared to the sky, and fought back with all his might. A shocking battle was happening on the peak of Demon Evil Mountain. However, not far away, there were also several groups of people hurriedly rushing over. The news of Fire Cloud's palace spread like wildfire. The warriors of the four great archipelago who received the news flocked over. The first group was from the Qingyuan archipelago. The second group was from the Heavenly Sword archipelago. The third pair of people was also more familiar with it. He was from the Old Hua archipelago, and he was ranked second on the Tianhua ranking. Fu Long, yes, someone beat us to it. Fu Long's eyes flashed, and he was extremely fast. He followed closely behind the other two groups, and climbed up Demon Evil Mountain. Dong! Xieming attacked with all his strength, and forced the three of them back. At the same time, his figure was also constantly retreating. The sudden arrival of the crowd caused the battle to stop instantly. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the other warriors, and finally landed on Fu Long. Fu Long. Fang Chen gave up attacking Xieming, and gritted his teeth as he roared. Fu Long also noticed Fang Chen, and he sneered, his face full of disdain. Xieming, what's going on? The leader of the Qingyuan archipelago asked. Qing Fu, help me deal with these people. Xieming said in a deep voice, I agree to your previous proposal unconditionally. Hearing this, Qing Fu's eyes flickered, and he said, okay, it's a deal. The people of the Qingyuan archipelago stood together with Xieming, and their auras surged, pressuring Fang Chen and the others. Fang Chen ignored the crowd, and took a step forward, and came to Fu Long's side. His heart was burning with rage. Fu Long. Fang Chen roared, and suddenly punched out. Seeing this, Fu Long sneered, and punched back at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's figure retreated, and at the same time, he performed the space-time strangulation. Give me back my red glass sword. The space-time strangulation gave Fu Long a lot of pressure. Fu Long's face changed, and a rune appeared in his hand, and then he activated it. Suddenly, the rune burned, and a terrifying explosion blocked Fang Chen's attack. Dong. However, what shocked Fu Long was that his rune did not block Fang Chen's attack. What kind of secret technique is this? At this moment, the space-time strangulation showed its overbearing strength. Bang! Fu Long was forced to dodge, and Fang Chen's attack missed. Qing Fu and Xie Ming's faces were gloomy, and Jian Yunchen of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago was also slightly shocked. This boy's attainment in space is very strong. This attack is based on the space true meaning, and is very overbearing, Qing Fu said. Fu Long stabilized his body, and his face was ferocious. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you back then. Fu Long regretted it. Back then, when he tried to snatch Fang Chen's red glass sword, he thought that Fang Chen was just an ant, and not worth his time. Chapter 1392. Cold, fever, weak body. I feel better now after taking the medicine. I'm going to write now. I'll write as many chapters as I can. Sorry. I'm typing now. Please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 1393. Qing Fu of the Qingyuan Archipelago and Xie Ming of the Evil Soul Archipelago stood together. They advanced and retreated together, forming a temporary alliance. As for Jian Yunchen of the Sword Sky Archipelago, he remained neutral. Fang Chen's strength was obviously not as simple as it seemed. It was enough to surprise him that he could force Fu Long to this extent. Only Fu Long's face was extremely gloomy. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Fang Chen back then. He felt a little regretful in his heart. However, there was no such thing as a cure for regret in this world. Fang Chen's aura fluctuated, and the space-time aura instantly spread out. Step by step, he walked towards Fu Long, his eyes bursting with terrifying killing intent. Red glass sword. Fang Chen roared in a deep voice. His words were full of killing intent. After a short moment of shock, Fu Long steadied himself and stood on the peak of Demon Evil Mountain. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered, "The red glass sword is in my hand. Take it if you can." Dong. As soon as Fu Long's voice fell, Fang Chen struck out. The space-time strangulation skill once again amazed everyone. This boy's attainment in space is too strong. If Fu Long can't block this boy's space travel, he will be in danger. Humph, it's just space travel. If I attack, he will definitely die without a burial place. Although Xie Ming hated Fang Chen very much, he was not ready to attack for the time being. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After this battle, no matter who won or lost, both sides would suffer. At that time, it would be better for him to reap the benefits. Poochie. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and his tyrannical attack dazzled Fu Long Thunderbolt rune. Fu Long took out a Thunderbolt rune and quickly activated it. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the sky, and then a thick thunder snake with a terrifying aura swooped down, echoing with the Thunderbolt rune in Fu Long's hand. Go to hell! Fu Long waved his hand, and the Thunderbolt rune whistled out, quickly came to Fang Chen's side, and exploded with a boom. There were signs of collapse in the surrounding space. Fang Chen's figure was buried in the deafening noise. Chimph, how can I resist? Fu Long sneered. Xie Ming and the others also nodded slightly. Even they did not dare to face such a wild explosive force head-on. Not to mention Fang Chen, if he was hit by the lightning rune, he would definitely die. Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong hurriedly called out. Who amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the lightning aura quickly dissipated. Fang Chen stood straight on the ground. Around his body, sword-shaped runes flickered. Flowing gold rotated as the perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme. The advanced perfect sword body wasn't just for show. Now that you're done attacking, is it my turn to attack? A grim smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After that, his figure flashed as he suddenly punched out. Dong the terrifying fist radiance heavily bombarded Fu Long's body. Fu Long's body flew out in an instant. Puff. Fu Long spat out blood, his face pale. Why aren't you helping? Fu Longming and Qing Chong roared. The two looked at each other and attacked at lightning speed. You're courting death. Jian Wuhong saw this and a cold sword radiance shot out from her body, instantly blocking Xieming's attack. Bai Wuzong also quickly set up a formation to entangle Qing Qiong. Brother Fang, end this quickly. Bai Wuzong knew that Fang Chen's strength was more than enough to deal with Fu Long. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Then, his pitch-black eyes turned to Fu Long. I can still get the red glass sword after killing you. Fang Chen sneered and used the space-time strangulation technique again. Fu Long's face was full of anger. Fang Chen, you'll never get the red glass sword back. Fu Long roared angrily. At the same time, he took out his trump card. A flame rune instantly burned and was thrown at Fang Chen. Okay. Fang Chen threw a punch at the flaming runes that whistled over. Suddenly, the flame rune exploded. Using the true meaning of spacetime, Fang Chen traveled through spacetime and arrived behind the flame rune, coldly looking at Fu Long, who was fleeing. You can't escape. Fang Chen was about to chase. However, at this moment, Bai Wuzong's formation shattered. Crack. The formation shattered, and Qing Qiong's attack became more powerful, forcing Bai Wuzong to retreat. Whoosh. Traveling through spacetime, Fang Chen gave up chasing Fu Long and came to Bai Wuzong's side. He threw a punch at Qing Qiong. Deng deng deng. Qing Qiong's body couldn't help but retreat. After stabilizing his body, his face was very serious. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. If they continued to fight, it was hard to say who would win and who would die. For a moment, Qing Qiong was hesitant. At the same time, Xieming and Jian Wuhong's attack also stopped abruptly. Jian Wuhong held a long sword in her hand, and her body was like a shocking sword. Her pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Xieming. At the peak of Demon Evil Mountain, Fang Chen had displayed an extremely powerful strength, which had intimidated Qing Fu. The latter was a little hesitant whether to continue fighting. Xieming, on the other hand, glared angrily. He wanted to continue fighting. But after Fu Long fled, the situation in front of him was confusing. Jian Yunchen, if you help, I will thank you later. Right now, if he could get Jian Yunchen to stand with him, it would be easy to deal with Fang Chen and the other two. However, Jian Yunchen didn't seem to want to participate in this kind of thing. Sorry, I'm only here for the inheritance, Jian Yunchen said. Jian Yunchen's words made Bai Wuzong breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was clear now. Help me stop Qing Qiong, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong nodded and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the five-colored divine bird appeared again. So boring, the five-colored divine bird said in human language. If you fight one-on-one, you won't be able to pass the test of the Fire Cloud Palace. Why don't you team up and fight me? Perhaps you'll have a chance to defeat me. The five-colored divine bird had been in the Coiling Moon Divine Cave for countless years, and it had been too lonely. Many cultivators had come here before, but they were too weak and weren't a match for it. Now, these cultivators were all prodigies of the heavenly body tier. If they joined forces, perhaps they could fight it. Thus, the five-colored divine bird came out to persuade them. Qing Qiong and Xieming's eyes flashed. Fang Chen, Bai Wuzong, and Jian Wuhong also spoke. Everyone, the five-colored divine bird is extremely powerful, Jian Yunchen said. Can we stop fighting and unite against the common enemy? We can resolve our personal grudges after defeating the five-colored divine bird. He could feel the powerful aura of the five-colored divine bird. I have no objections, Fang Chen said with a shrug after discussing with Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong. I have no objections, either, Qing Qiong said. Humph, brat, I'll definitely take your life after defeating the five-colored divine bird. Xieming humphed coldly and flicked his sleeves. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed with Jian Yunchen's suggestion. In the sky, a smile spread across the five-colored divine bird's face. I hope you guys can fight a little harder, the five-colored divine bird said. Star ruins, spatial island, spatial battlefield. Fang Chen didn't know how many demon spirits of space and time he had killed. In these days, killing demon spirits of space and time seemed to have become something that he had to do every day. In the end, he became numb. Every time he killed a demon spirit of space and time, he would be able to absorb the space and time aura in its body. During this time, Fang Chen's true intent of space and time had improved significantly. However, it was still a little difficult to reach the 7th rank. Huff, huff, Fang Chen was panting. After killing demon spirits of space and time for 20 hours, the power of stars in the star pagoda had been completely exhausted. He returned to the safe zone and began to cultivate. I wonder if I can use time acceleration in this spatial battlefield, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he patted his head. This is the spatial battlefield, and my goal in killing demon spirits of space and time is to improve the true intent of space and time. Fang Chen suddenly realized. Isn't time acceleration a part of the true intent of space and time? Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned and laughed wildly. Then, he activated the true intent of space and time. Energy filled his body. Time acceleration. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Suddenly, a grey aura appeared around him. He could clearly feel that the flow of time around him had sped up by a lot. Faster. At first, the time acceleration was only 10 times, but Fang Chen continued to increase it. A moment later, the time acceleration reached 100 times. At this time, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit. Whew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining the time acceleration of 100 times, he came to the center of the spatial battlefield and continued to kill demon spirits of space and time. Poochie. One after another, demon spirits of space and time were killed by Fang Chen. He could clearly feel that the speed of killing demon spirits of space and time had become much faster. At this rate, a year in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in himself. Outside the spatial battlefield, the ox-headed beast raised its huge head. Its eyes were as big as gongs, looking through the spatial battlefield. Then, it nodded, and said, "This brat has finally been enlightened." The master of the star ruins had built the spatial island with the purpose of nurturing geniuses of the true intent of space and time. I hope you can reach that step. The ox-headed beast sighed. Then, it lowered its head and went back to sleep. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Demon Evil Mountain Peak. Fang Chen and the others joined forces and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, they defeated the 5-colored divine bird. Fang Chen was very shocked. The 5-colored divine bird had already suppressed its cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, but it was still so difficult to deal with. Just how powerful was it at its peak? Alright, you can go in. The 5-colored divine bird flapped its wings and floated in the sky, looking down at Fang Chen and the others. As soon as the 5-colored divine bird finished speaking, Xieming and Qing Qiong's figures instantly disappeared. Fang Chen frowned, and said coldly, "Despicable." The 6 of them joined forces and defeated the 5-colored divine bird with great difficulty. These 2 people actually took the lead and charged into the Fire Cloud Palace. This book came from Chapter 1394. Qing Qiong and Xieming were the first to charge into the Fire Cloud Palace. Fang Chen and the other 2 looked at each other with anger in their eyes. Just as Fang Chen was about to charge in, Zhen Wuhong's white hand suddenly pulled on Fang Chen's clothes. Fang Chen looked at Zhen Wuhong with some confusion. She came to Fang Chen's ear and whispered, "Let them deal with the Fire Cloud Guards first." Fang Chen was enlightened when he heard that. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The Serene Green Palace had the Dark Azure Guards, so the Fire Cloud Palace must also have the Fire Cloud Guards. Thinking back to the experience of dealing with the Dark Azure Guards, Fang Chen sighed. Compared to the Fire Cloud Guards, they weren't so easy to deal with. Once both sides were injured, he would go in and clean up the mess. Killing intent appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He wasn't going to let Xieming go. "Brother Fang, let's go in," Bai Wuzong said. "Brother Bai, there's no rush," Fang Chen smiled. Jian Yunchen glanced at them and was a bit confused, but he still entered the Fire Cloud Palace. Fire Cloud Palace. It was the same as the Serene Green Palace, with the main palace in the middle and 2 palaces on both sides. Qing Qiong and Xieming rushed in, extremely excited. "Hurry up. By the time they come in, we'll have already gotten the inheritance." Xieming laughed sinisterly, then rushed into the main palace with Qing Qiong. Dong the main palace's door closed, and the temperature in the palace rose sharply. In an instant, a group of martial artists appeared in front of the throne in the main hall. They were brimming with fighting spirit, and their bodies were covered in flames. These warriors were like walking corpses, quietly standing in front of the throne as if they were guarding it. This is the Fire Cloud Palace's guardian team, the Fire Cloud Guards. Defeat them and you can choose the inheritance. The five-colored divine bird's voice entered their ears. Hearing this, the two attacked. Rumble Xieming's evil path martial technique was unleashed to its peak. A fiendish aura instantly filled the air. Qing Fu's figure flickered as well. However, the Fire Cloud Guard was slightly stronger than the Dark Azure Guard. The Dark Azure Guards and the Fire Cloud Guards were two completely different armies. The Dark Azure Guards specialized in speed, while the Fire Cloud Guards specialized in offense. The attack power of the Fire Cloud Guard was extremely strong. At this moment, the 36 Fire Cloud Guards were burning with flames. They punched out with their fists, and 36 flaming fists whistled through the air. Crack! Although Qing Qiong and Xieming's attacks were powerful, they were still unable to withstand the attacks of the 36 Fire Cloud Guards. Damn it! Xieming cursed. Qing Fu, on the other hand, looked outside the door. The others should have come in by now. At this moment, Jian Yunchen appeared. Jian Yunchen, come and help me. Qing Fu was overjoyed. Jian Yunchen sunk into thought. Jian Yunchen, if we can't defeat the Fire Cloud Guards, none of us will be able to obtain the inheritance, continued Qing Fu. Jian Yunchen's eyes flashed, but he still didn't move. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to defeat the Fire Cloud Guards. Xieming and Qing Fu wouldn't let him obtain the inheritance so easily. Such an action was not worth the loss. Jian Yunchen, don't you want the inheritance? Xieming's clothes were tattered as he roared. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong. It's about time. Calculating the time, the battle inside should be about done. Fang Chen took the lead to enter the Fire Cloud Palace, with Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong following close behind. Within the Fire Cloud Palace. The battle within the palace was still ongoing. Qing Fu and Xieming were in a sorry state. Jian Yunchen had finally joined the battle, but with the three of them, they were unable to defeat the Fire Cloud Guards. Seeing Fang Chen and the other two, Qing Fu was overjoyed. You three, quickly come and help. Hu Lane. The three of them joined the battle. Instantly, the Fire Cloud Guards were forced to retreat. Even the Fire Cloud Guards were unable to block the attacks of six peak geniuses. Pucci. One of the Fire Cloud Guards was sent flying, and the flames around him instantly dissipated. At the same time, the battle intent of the Fire Cloud Guards was torn apart, and the other 35 Fire Cloud Guards were more or less affected. Kill. The most frightening thing about the Fire Cloud Guards was their battle intent. But now, their battle intent had been torn apart, and they were much weaker. Xieming let out a low growl and waved his hands, killing the Fire Cloud Guards continuously. Soon, all 36 Fire Cloud Guards had been annihilated. The five-colored divine bird appeared once more. You've defeated the Fire Cloud Guards, so you're qualified to receive the inheritance. But the five-colored divine bird paused for a moment, then continued, only 2 of you will receive the inheritance. After saying this, the five-colored divine bird flapped its wings and floated in the air, looking down. Bang! As soon as the five-colored divine bird finished speaking, Fang Chen attacked. The space-time strangulation art struck Xieming's body with lightning speed. Pucci. Xieming's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the wall. He then fell to the ground, vomiting blood. You. Fang Chen walked towards Xieming. Brother Qing Fu. Xieming shouted. He was heavily injured, and he was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. But before Qing Fu could do anything, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong attacked together. Pucci. Fang Chen didn't hesitate and used the second level of the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Ah! Xieming let out a miserable cry. His Yuan spirit instantly shattered, and he died. One of the younger generation of the Evil Soul Islands, Xieming, had silently died at the hands of Fang Chen. Including Xieming, The number of experts on the evil soul list that had died at the hands of Fang Chen was no small number. Seeing this, Jian Yunchen's face flickered. He opened his mouth and sighed. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong worked together to suppress Qing Fu. With Fang Chen's participation, there was no suspense in the battle. "You dare kill me?" Qing Fu roared, desperately blocking the three's attacks. "So what if we kill you?" Fang Chen sneered. The three of them worked together to kill Qing Fu. Dong. Qing Fu fell. In the blink of an eye, only Jian Yunchen, Fang Chen, and the other two were left in the main hall. Fang Chen's group didn't attack Jian Yunchen. Back on Evil Demon Mountain, Jian Yunchen had remained neutral and didn't attack them. "I give up." Jian Yunchen thought for a long time, then shook his head. He had no choice but to give up. Fang Chen's group was too strong. Xie Ming and Qing Fu had been killed by the three of them. If he didn't give up, he would definitely die. Fang Chen nodded and watched Jian Yunchen leave. In the end, only Fang Chen's group was left in the main hall. "I have already obtained Palace Master Yu Qing's inheritance. Fire Cloud Palace's inheritance is not suitable for me," Jian Wuhong said first. Bai Wuzong was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. "All right. In that case, Brother Bai, you choose the library." Fang Chen naturally knew that there were many secret techniques in the library, while the other palace only had the golden metal plate. Bai Wuzong's strength was relatively weak now. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. All right. After that, the two of them made their choice. The five-colored divine bird sent them to two different palaces. Jian Wuhong left Fire Cloud Palace and appeared on Evil Demon Mountain. The Heavenly Sword Archipelago's cultivators had already left. The ones that remained were the cultivators that Xie Ming and Qing Fu had brought. Kill. Jian Wuhong attacked and slaughtered those cultivators. An hour later, Fang Chen was the first to come out. After obtaining the second golden metal plate, his face was full of smiles. Not long after he came out, Bai Wuzong also came out. Bai Wuzong was very excited. "Brother Bai, look at how excited you are. You've obtained an inheritance." "Brother Fang, thank you." Bai Wuzong cupped his hands in thanks. "I obtained an Array Dao inheritance in the library." Array Dao inheritance? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Fire Cloud Palace Master is an Array Dao expert. The Array Dao inheritance I obtained is from Fire Cloud Palace Master. Bai Wuzong said, "Unfortunately, I'm not proficient in flames. I can't accept Fire Cloud Palace Master's flame inheritance." Fire Cloud Palace Master had two great inheritances, the Array Dao inheritance and the flame inheritance. Bai Wuzong accepted the Array Dao inheritance. "Congratulations, Brother Bai," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Brother Fang, if I can completely accept the inheritance, I'll definitely become a 7-star Array Dao Master." Bai Wuzong laughed excitedly. The two of them walked out of Fire Cloud Palace side by side and met up with Jian Wuhong. "Where are we going now?" Jian Wuhong asked. "Let's find a place to increase our strength first," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong had obtained Palace Master Yoqing's inheritance and hadn't cultivated much. Bai Wuzong had also just obtained the Array Dao inheritance and needed to study it. Okay. The three of them quickly disappeared from the Evil Demon Mountain. In a mountain stream, a martial artist dressed in beast skin was sitting cross-legged on a bluestone, cultivating. His body was filled with an evil aura. The flowers and plants near him instantly withered. He was the third strongest on the Evil Soul ranking of the Evil Soul Islands, Xie Ying. Not long ago, he had fought with Ku Shu, the first on the Tianhua ranking. In the end, he lost to Ku Shu by a small margin. From this, it could be seen how strong Xie Ying was. The third on the Evil Soul ranking was stronger than Fu Long, who was second on the Tianhua ranking. He was close to Ku Shu, who was first. Whoosh! Just as Xie Ying was cultivating, a figure suddenly appeared. "Who is it?" Xie Ying said coldly. He suddenly waved his hand, and a strange ray of light shot out. Whoosh! In the sky, Fu Long's body flashed. He hurriedly activated his runes to block it. "Xie Ying, I'm here to tell you something," Fu Long said hurriedly. Speak, Xie Ying said. Xie Ming of the Evil Soul Islands was killed by Fang Chen of the Old Hua Islands, Fu Long said. How do you know? Xie Ying asked. I fought with Fang Chen before. Xie Ming was there too, Fu Long said. Fang Chen. Xie Ying softly muttered this name. Then he turned to look at Fu Long and sneered, the second strongest on the Tianhua ranking is only SOSO. A casual strike from him caused the Fu dragon to panic. He didn't want to kill trash like this. Chapter 1395. In the dense forest, it was eerie and terrifying. Under the illumination of the sun, the entire forest appeared especially quiet. However, such a quiet forest hid an incomparably huge danger. In the depths of the forest, a man in light armor was killing demonic beasts. Every demonic beast here was at least at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. Some were even at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, or even higher. However, the more powerful the demonic beast, the more challenging it would be. Peng. Suddenly, a wind wolf at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier approached, and the man in light armor suddenly threw a punch. Instantly, the wind wolf's head was shattered. The wind wolf was instantly killed. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. The mere might of a punch was enough to kill a wind wolf at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. This kind of strength could be considered very powerful even among the heavenly body tier elites of the 4 great islands. As for this man, he was the second strongest elite on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, Qing Hu Qiu. Deng, deng, deng. Qing Hu Qiu had just killed a wind wolf when he heard a faint sound. He frowned slightly, and looked toward a certain corner. Come out. Hearing this, Fu Long's figure flashed out. As expected of the second strongest elite on the Qingyuan ranking. Impressive, Fu Long praised. Fu Long Qing Hu Qiu recognized Fu Long, and was slightly surprised to see him here. Qing Hu Qiu, I've come here to tell you something, Fu Long said. What is it? If I'm not wrong, you and Qing Fu should be close, Fu Long said to Qing Hu Qiu. Speak, Qing Hu Qiu said in a deep voice. Not long ago, I personally witnessed Qing Fu being killed by Fang Chen of the heavenly body tier, Fu Long said. Qing Hu Qiu frowned. He had indeed sensed Qing Fu's death, but he didn't know who had killed her. But now, Fu Long's words made him a little confused. Why are you telling me this? Qing Hu Qiu asked. Because I have a grudge against him, Fu Long said. In fact, Fu Long had wanted to search for the elites of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago. However, he had encountered Jian Yunchen on the way, so he could only give up. However, just Xie Ying and Qing Hu Qiu's attacks were enough to deal with Fang Chen. Brat, let's see how you'll escape this time. Fu Long smiled sinisterly. With a thought, the red glass sword appeared in her hand. He happily played with the red glass sword and disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen and the other two were cultivating in a secluded place, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Ever since his main body used time acceleration, the true intent of space and time had improved significantly. As the true intent of spacetime increased, the power of the spacetime strangulation naturally increased as well. Previously, the spacetime strangulation was only at the entry level. Now, he had quietly reached the small success stage. Impressive. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. His main body was in the spacetime battlefield and was not in danger for the time being. As for his clone, he needed to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. To the side, Bai Wuzong was immersed in the sea of formations, the aura of formations filling the air around him. Jian Wuhong was also bitterly cultivating the dark green movement technique. The three of them began their bitter cultivation. During this time, Xie Ying and Azure Tiger Hill had been searching for Fang Chen. But after painstakingly searching, there were no results. In the end, Cyan Tiger Hill and Xie Ying both issued orders. If anyone could provide them with Fang Chen's whereabouts, they would owe them a favor. When this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar. The cultivators of the two archipelagos fought to be the first to find Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, the 13 palaces were also discovered one after another. Wang. In the secluded place, dazzling light suddenly erupted around Fang Chen's body. Immediately after, The star pagoda in his sea of qi began to vibrate. Immediately, Fang Chen discovered that the power of the stars in the surrounding air was madly surging into the star pagoda. Have I broken through? Previously, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. After a month of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. In a moment, the 5-level star pagoda became a 6-level star pagoda. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After reaching the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, he was even stronger. If he faced Fu Long, he could easily kill him. Even if he faced a withered tree, he could still put up a fight. Now, he was truly at the top of the younger generation of the old Hua Islands. Of course, if he wanted to complete the mission given by Realm Lord Fu Mo, he still needed to do something. I'll definitely be able to complete it after leaving the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered the change in Bai Wuzong beside him. The aura of formation spread out from Bai Wuzong's body. MMHM? When Fang Chen saw Bai Wuzong, he was very shocked. At this moment, Bai Wuzong was so illusory. It was as if he was looking at an illusion. Wang. Bai Wuzong seemed to have reached a bottleneck and was breaking through. Fang Chen stared at Bai Wuzong. After struggling for a moment, the latter finally broke through the bottleneck. Voila! Bai Wuzong opened his eyes. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a wave of pressure. Fang Chen was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Bai, you've reached the level of a 7-star formation master?" A wild smile appeared on Bai Wuzong's face, and he said, "By luck." That's great. There was a world of difference between a 7-star formation master and a 6-star formation master. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. The current Bai Wuzong could already be ranked in the top 5 of the Tianhua ranking. This was the strength of a formation master. Brother Bai, I saw your body just now as if I was looking at an illusion. What's going on? Fang Chen asked. Palace Master Fire Cloud's formation inheritance is broad and profound. One of them is to use one's body as a formation. Bai Wuzong sighed. Using one's body as a formation? Fang Chen asked in surprise. Carving a formation in one's body to achieve mastery. To put it bluntly, it's to turn one's body into a formation, Bai Wuzong explained. Fang Chen understood a little. Using one's body as a formation should be similar to using one's body to plant a sword. Brother Fang. Bai Wuzong suddenly spoke. Fang Chen said. Using one's body as a formation is very important for a formation master. You're also a formation master, so I can teach it to you, Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chen moved slightly and looked at Bai Wuzong in surprise. Brother Fang, you don't have to look at me like that. If you can also cultivate using your body as a formation, it won't take long for you to become a 7-star formation master. At that time, our team's combat power will soar. Bai Wuzong smiled. Since Brother Bai has said so, I'll be unreasonable if I refuse, Fang Chen said straightforwardly. Bai Wuzong put his hand on Fang Chen's forehead and sent strands of light into his head. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a large amount of formation information appear in his mind. Brother Fang, comprehend it well, Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to comprehend it. At that moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he looked at Bai Wuzong and said, Brother Bai, you've already become a 7-star formation master. I'll teach you a formation. With that, Fang Chen passed on the chant of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation to Bai Wuzong. The Chaos Origin Killing Formation was a 7th-tier formation. However, Fang Chen was still unable to unleash its true power. If Bai Wuzong could master it, he would definitely be able to unleash the true power of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. This is the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. He had long heard of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. But now that he saw it, he was still shocked. Thank you, Brother Fang, Bai Wuzong said and closed his eyes to comprehend. Fang Chen also began to comprehend the comprehension of using his body as a formation. As time passed, the hiding place of Fang Chen's team was still exposed. It could only be said that the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands and the Qingyuan Islands were everywhere. One day, a weak martial artist unintentionally passed by this place. When he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reported it. After Qing Huqiu heard the news, he rushed over immediately. Where is it? Qing Huqiu looked around and asked. Senior brother Qing, it's just ahead. The martial artist led the way and soon Qing Huqiu arrived in front of the green stone. As expected, something is wrong. Qing Huqiu noticed the traces of the formation. Immediately, he gathered all his strength and punched out. Dong! The formation instantly shattered, and the figures of Fang Chen's team were exposed. Fang Chen. Fu Long had once shown Fang Chen's portrait to Qing Huqiu, so the latter recognized Fang Chen at a glance. He's really well hidden. Qing Huqiu sneered. Although he and Qing Fu were not brothers, they were better than blood brothers. Qing Huqiu would not let Qing Fu's death go. Even if the other party was an expert like Ku Shu, Qing Huqiu would still take revenge for Qing Fu. Qing Huqiu's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. The sudden pressure instantly woke Fang Chen up. Yes. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and blocked in front of Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong. Who are you? Fang Chen asked coldly. Qing Huqiu. Second on the Qingyuan leaderboard, Qing Huqiu. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He immediately understood that Qing Huqiu was probably here to take revenge for Qing Fu. My good brother, Qing Fu, was killed by you. Qing Huqiu stared at Fang Chen and said. Where's the evidence? Fang Chen did not admit it immediately. Fu Long said it. Qing Huqiu said, it's better to kill by mistake than to release by mistake. He did not mind killing for Qing Fu. Moreover, he did not believe that Fu Long, who was second on the Tianhua leaderboard, would dare to lie to him. Fu Long hearing Fu Long's name, Fang Chen gritted his teeth. He was lucky to escape last time, but he did not expect Qing Huqiu to come and kill him. If I don't kill you, I won't be at ease. Fang Chen secretly swore that the next time he met Fu Long, he would kill him. Boy, repent for what you have done. Qing Huqiu said coldly. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and stared at Qing Huqiu. In the next moment, Qing Huqiu attacked. Qing Huqiu's attack was obviously much stronger than Qing Fu's. This is a good opportunity to test my strength. If it was a month ago, Fang Chen would definitely not be a match for Qing Huqiu. However, in this month, Fang Chen's cultivation level had increased to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Peng! Fang Chen suddenly threw out a punch, and it collided with Qing Huqiu's attack. Deng, deng, deng. The terrifying power collided, and both of them retreated a few steps. Qing Huqiu, who had steadied himself, was slightly surprised. The 6th level of the heavenly body tier could actually unleash such terrifying power. Chapter 1396. Is it useless? Fang Chen countered. His physical body was comparable to a life and death monarch. Even a creation realm elite couldn't shatter his physical body. This was the reason for his pride. And after the perfect sword body reached the high level, his physical strength was even more outrageous. Just now, after a probing exchange of punches, Fang Chen knew that Green Tiger Mound's physical strength was far inferior to his. Then, he would definitely attack with a secret technique. Sure enough, it was as Fang Chen had guessed. It's indeed rare for a 6th level heavenly body tier to be able to explode with such power, Green Tiger Mound said. That's because you're ignorant, Fang Chen retorted. Indeed, in the purgatory, geniuses like Fang Chen were everywhere. Cultivators like Green Tiger Mound were nothing in the purgatory. So, those who came out of the purgatory were true geniuses. The cultivators of the purgatory had a smooth journey and didn't encounter any danger, so their strength naturally wouldn't be too high. No matter what, you must die today, Green Tiger Mound said confidently. I only know that after this battle, your Green Tiger Mound will become my stepping stone, Fang Chen said heroically. Impossible. Green Tiger Mound attacked. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a dense green light shot out from Green Tiger Mound's body. These green lights quickly condensed into a green dragon at lightning speed. The dragon roared at the sky. The Green Light Dragon Roar technique was Green Tiger Mound's best technique. Using this secret technique right from the start was enough to prove Green Tiger Mound's hatred for Fang Chen. He wanted to kill Fang Chen with lightning speed. Because he knew that Evil Eagle was also looking for Fang Chen. When he was fighting Fang Chen, Evil Eagle's subordinates had probably already discovered him. It wouldn't take long for Evil Eagle to arrive. Shoo! Under Green Tiger Mound's control, the green dragon rapidly shot toward Fang Chen. Space-time strangulation. Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique and his figure flickered. Even though the Azure Dragon's attack power was extremely strong, it was still unable to capture Fang Chen's figure. Not far away, the martial artists of the Qingyuan archipelago were watching. Even they couldn't help but sigh. This warrior named Fang Chen was very powerful. If this kid is allowed to grow, even the number 1 on the Qingyuan leaderboard won't be his match, let alone senior brother Qinghu. That's right. He has such heaven-defying potential. He's only at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, yet he's able to battle against an opponent at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. How impressive. It's a pity that such a genius will die in the hands of senior brother Qing. The disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago sighed. However, Fang Chen was their enemy. They could only sigh and not feel sorry for him. Geniuses could only be called geniuses when they grew up. Those who died prematurely were not worthy of being called geniuses. Green Tiger Hill wanted to prove that Fang Chen was not qualified to be called a genius. As Green Tiger Hill waved his wrist, the green light dragon roar technique became more and more dazzling. In a short moment, 5 green dragon shadows appeared in the sky. Green Tiger Hill had been cultivating the green light dragon roar technique for more than 10 years. So far, his limit was to condense 9 green dragon shadows. According to the records of the green light dragon roar technique, the elite who created this secret technique could instantly condense 18 green dragon shadows. Kill! Green Tiger Hill roared. 5 green dragon shadows roared toward the sky and swam in the void, carrying an unparalleled power as they blasted toward Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was not to be trifled with. After reaching the 6th layer of the heavenly body tier, the power of the space-time strangulation technique was even stronger. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, he used the 2nd layer of the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder sounded in the sky and swooped down. The lightning struck Green Tiger Hill's body. "You're courting death." Green Tiger Hill roared and started a fierce battle with the lightning that drilled into his mind. Taking advantage of Green Tiger Hill's distraction to control the 5 green dragon shadows, Fang Chen's figure appeared above one of the green dragon shadows like a ghost. Then, he sat on the Azure Dragon's body. Catcher! Fang Chen grabbed the green dragon shadow's neck and forcefully twisted its head, turning it around to deal with the other 4 green dragons. Dong! Under Fang Chen's forceful control, this green dragon rushed into the other 4 green dragons. The 5 green dragons collided and exploded with a deafening sound. Ripples appeared in the void, and the whole forest was turned into ruins. The disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago who were watching the battle from afar retreated in fear. Too scary. These disciples felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Get lost. At this time, Green Tiger Hill finally destroyed the lightning in his mind. When he found that the green dragons had collided with each other, he bared his teeth. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. The 5 green dragons that he had painstakingly condensed disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space, and his figure flashed like a ghost. Green Tiger Hill stood quietly on the ground, and a green glow appeared around his body. Fang Chen, prepare to suffer my wrath. As soon as Green Tiger Hill's voice fell, the green light dragon roar technique was activated to the extreme. His body had turned blue at this moment. Illusory images of azure dragons floated in the sky one after another. A total of 9 green dragon shadows swam in the void, and their aura shook the sky. Green Tiger Hill was completely enraged. He couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. At the same time, far away from here, Evil Eagle was rushing at full speed when he suddenly heard a dragon roar. Green Tiger Hill's green light dragon roar technique. Evil Eagle knew Green Tiger Hill very well. This was because they had fought many times. Although he won every time, he was still a little afraid of Green Tiger Hill's Green Light Dragon Roar technique. It seems that Green Tiger Hill is going to beat me to it. Evil Eagle sped up and rushed to the battlefield. In the forest ruins. Seeing the 9 green dragon shadows, Fang Chen's face turned serious. The chaos element killing array was instantly set up. Arrays are useless against me, Green Tiger Hill sneered. Then, he controlled the 9 azure dragon phantoms to forcefully attack the formation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the array shattered. At the same time, Green Tiger Hill was stunned for a moment, and then he was incomparably furious. The price of breaking the array was actually a green dragon shadow. Of the 9 green dragon shadows that he had painstakingly condensed, only 8 were left. Die! Green Tiger Hill couldn't stand Fang Chen anymore. He controlled the remaining 8 green dragon shadows and attacked. Fang Chen naturally pushed the time and space strangulation to the extreme. Whoosh! His figure flickered and dodged Green Tiger Hill's attack. However, the 8 green dragon shadows found the opportunity and swooped down and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Ha ha ha, kid, you're still not dead. Seeing this, Green Tiger Mound laughed wildly. The 8 green dragon shadows were enough to kill. After the 8 green dragon shadows drilled into his body, Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground. He closed his eyes. In Green Tiger Hill's opinion, he was waiting for death. Kid, don't struggle. It's useless. Green Tiger Hill sneered. You should be proud to die under the Green Light Dragon Roar technique in its strongest state. In the Qingyuan archipelago, the younger generation on the Qingyuan leaderboard. Only the person on the leaderboard was qualified to make him use the Green Light Dragon Roar technique in its strongest state. Even the person on the leaderboard, who was only 1 rank away from him, couldn't force him to use the Green Light Dragon Roar technique in its strongest state. From this point, it could be seen that Fang Chen was very powerful. If he was in the Qingyuan archipelago, he would be in the top 3 of the Qingyuan leaderboard. Green Tiger Hill also sighed. He had to admit that Fang Chen was very powerful. In the same cultivation level, he would surpass any genius. This was true invincibility in the same cultivation level. Even the person on the leaderboard didn't have such power when he was at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. In order to kill Fang Chen, Green Tiger Hill went all out. The result was already decided. Green Tiger Hill breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh at this moment, the sound of rushing air was heard. Xie Ying had arrived. Green Tiger Hill. Xie Ying's voice was heard as he landed beside Green Tiger Hill. Xie Ying. Green Tiger Hill greeted Xie Ying. What's going on? Xie Ying asked. He's dead for sure. My Green Light Dragon Roar technique condensed 8 green dragon shadows and drilled into his body, Green Tiger Hill said. Hearing this, Xie Ying nodded. You beat me to it. Xie Ying was helpless. He had wanted to personally avenge Xie Ming, but Green Tiger Hill beat him to it. Still struggling in vain. Green Tiger Hill sneered when he saw Fang Chen's sinister expression. In his eyes, Fang Chen was already a dead man. Even I am wary of the green dragon shadows condensed by your Green Light Dragon Roar technique. If 8 enter his body at the same time, he's dead for sure, Xie Ying said. Unless he's a creation tier elite. Obviously, Fang Chen couldn't possibly be a creation tier elite. Thus, he was dead for sure. Was this really the case? Of course not. Currently, Fang Chen had already managed to trap the 8 azure dragon silhouettes. At first, the 8 green dragon shadows drilled into his body, and did cause some damage to Fang Chen. However, after a short moment of panic, Fang Chen started to exert his strength. He closed his eyes and fought against the 8 green dragon shadows. In his sea of qi, the 6th-level star pagoda spun. Meanwhile, the 8 green dragon shadows were also trapped in his sea of qi. After a short struggle, one of the green dragon shadows had already dissipated. The remaining 7 green dragon shadows roared at the sky, trying to destroy Fang Chen's sea of qi, but they couldn't. The reason for that was because they were trapped in the formation. Xie Ying and Green Tiger Hill were too confident. They thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, they quietly enjoyed the pleasure of Fang Chen's death. This way, it also gave Fang Chen some time, using his body as a formation. Now, Fang Chen's body was like a powerful formation. This formation could ensure that the green dragon shadows couldn't harm his body. Moreover, it could help him deal with the green dragon shadows. His sinister expression was deliberately put on for Green Tiger Hill to see. Crack. Another azure dragon's shadow collapsed. Chapter 1397. Using one's body as a formation, carving the formation into one's body. Making one's physical body like a formation. This was what Bai Wuzong had taught Fang Chen. He had just comprehended a little, and it was already effective. If he hadn't used his body as a formation, the 8 azure dragon projections would have severely injured Fang Chen, even if they couldn't kill him. Now, however, the remaining azure dragon projections were terrified. After a short moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and a vast azure light spread out from his body. Seeing this, Qing Huqiu's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the azure light contained the aura of the azure light dragon roar technique. How is this possible? Qing Huqiu cried out in disbelief. He was very clear about the power of the azure light dragon roar technique. Although it couldn't reach the level of the elite who'd created this technique, it could still form 9 azure dragon projections. Even against that freak who ranked first on the Qingyuan roll, it could exchange blows with him. As long as the 9 azure dragon projections drilled into the enemy's body, they would definitely explode and die. Now, however, a miracle appeared. A guy at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier not only blocked the attack of the azure light dragon roar technique, but also shattered the azure dragon projections. Furthermore, the 8 azure dragon phantoms were shattered. This scene completely shocked the azure Tiger Hill. He stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can break the attack of the azure light dragon roar technique with brute force. Even now, Qing Huqiu still couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. By the side, Xie Ying's pitch-black eyes also revealed a trace of surprise. He'd fought with Qing Huqiu many times, and he'd already experienced the power of the azure light dragon roar technique. Even he couldn't break the attack of the azure dragon projections with brute force, but the person before him had done it. Could it be, at this moment, Xie Ying thought of something. A prodigy who'd walked out of the purgatory. Thinking of this, Xie Ying's expression became extremely serious. If he'd only been disdainful of Fang Chen at the beginning. But now, Xie Ying regarded Fang Chen with great importance. His eyes stared straight at Fang Chen, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. However, he realized that Fang Chen was too mysterious. He couldn't see through him. He was at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, yet he possessed such battle prowess. He was definitely a prodigy who had walked out of the purgatory. At Xie Ying's level, he had heard of the legendary purgatory. However, he never had the courage to enter purgatory. But now, he actually encountered a purgatory genius. Purgatory genius. Xie Ying recovered from his shock and said in a deep voice. When Green Tiger Hill heard this, they were also shocked. Then, he nodded heavily and looked at Xie Ying. It was reasonable for a purgatory genius to have such combat strength. It was virtually impossible for ordinary martial artists to cross ranks to battle. However, in this world, there would always be some geniuses. Geniuses could easily fight those of a higher level. For example, Xie Ying, Green Tiger Hill, and the others. Among the younger generation in their respective islands, there were very few people who could defeat them. There was almost no one. Although they were only at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, they could easily insta-kill ordinary 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators. This was the gap between them. However, the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things. Compared to the purgatory geniuses, they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. At this time, the mocking expressions on Xie Ying and Green Tiger Hill's faces completely disappeared, replaced by seriousness. They hadn't thought that Fang Chen was actually a purgatory genius. We definitely can't let him go, Xie Ying thought. Letting a purgatory genius go was no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. There would be endless trouble in the future. Green Tiger Hill also realized this. He looked at Xie Ying with a complicated expression, and then his aura instantly erupted. The green light dragon roar technique is only SOSO. Looking at the complicated expression on Green Tiger Hill's face, Fang Chen sneered. The green light dragon roar technique was Green Tiger Hill's strongest trump card. Now, even his trump card had been broken by him, so what else could he do? Fang Chen, I admit that I underestimated you. However, today, you must die. Green Tiger Hill took a step forward, his aura soaring. Beside him, Xie Ying also revealed a fierce aura, directly pressing towards Fang Chen. The great Green Tiger Hill, ranked second on the Azure Origin roll, needs help to deal with a cultivator at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier? Fang Chen sneered. Although he didn't know Xie Ying, his intuition told him that this person's strength wasn't inferior to Green Tiger Hill's. If the two of them worked together, he wouldn't be a match at all. He looked back at Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong. The two of them had reached the most crucial moment in their cultivation, and couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, they might go crazy. Endure. Fang Chen sighed in his mind. At this time, he missed the little mouse. If the little mouse was here, it could help him share some of the pressure. After a moment of thought, Fang Chen's sword Qi soared into the sky. Fang Chen, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to rest easy. Since they were already enemies, he had to kill him. If a purgatory genius escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't need to try to escape. Your companions are here. If you dare to escape, I'll immediately kill your two companions, Xie Ying said with a sinister smile. Fang Chen frowned. He hated being threatened the most. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Xie Ying. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. Xie Ying, ranked 3rd on the Evil Soul roll, and Qing Huqiu, ranked 2nd on the Azure Origin roll. If the two of them worked together, even Ku Shu, ranked 1st on the Tianhua roll, wouldn't be a match for them. Fang Chen took a deep breath, and activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. His physical defenses were raised to the highest level. It was impossible to defeat the two of them. Right now, he only needed to stall for time and wait for Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong to awaken. Brother Qing, don't waste time. Let's attack together, Xie Ying said. Qing Huqiu nodded, and a green glow appeared around him. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Qing Huqiu used the Green Light Dragon Roar technique again. Although it had been broken by Fang Chen earlier, he still used his strongest trump card without hesitation. 9 green dragon shadows floated in the air and roared at the sky. Dragon roars resounded incessantly in the air. The disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Kill. Qing Huqiu let out a low roar and controlled the 9 azure dragon illusions to attack Fang Chen. At the same time, an evil aura appeared around Xie Ying. His eyes abruptly widened, and a slight change occurred to his pupils. His pitch-black eyes turned grey in an instant. 2 beams of light shot out from the grey eyeballs. A soul cultivator? Looking at Xie Ying, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. Xie Ying was a soul cultivator. Moreover, his soul cultivation level was much higher than Yi Futian's. He instantly used the 2nd level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. A bolt of lightning roared in the sky and merged with Fang Chen's primordial spirit, turning into a battle sword. It suddenly attacked the 2 beams of light. Dong. An earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the battlefield. The space was distorted. The battle was too intense. Fang Chen took a few steps back as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He shook his head with great effort and glanced at Xie Ying fearfully. Xie Ying also looked at Fang Chen in shock. Xie Ying didn't expect Fang Chen to be a soul cultivator. He cultivates both martial arts and soul cultivation. I can't let him live. Xie Ying thought to himself. Such a genius would definitely be a problem in the future. Just as Xie Ying was thinking, the 9 green dragon shadows roared and approached. Fang Chen clenched his fists and stomped heavily on the ground. Dong. When the 9 green dragon shadows approached, he suddenly punched out with his fists. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength after his perfect sword body reached the advanced level. Pucci. He punched out with both fists, and the 2 azure dragon phantoms instantly dissipated. The remaining 7 azure dragon silhouettes once again entered his body. The azure light dragon roar is ineffective against me, Fang Chen said coldly. Using his body as a formation, he trapped the 7 green dragon shadows and began to encircle them. Die! At this moment, Xie Ying launched another attack. Heaven's Eye Technique. Xie Ying used the Heaven's Eye Technique. He was a soul cultivator, but he was different from other soul cultivators. His eyes had mutated and could bear the power of a soul cultivator. Every time he attacked, the soul cultivator's power would gather in his eyes and then shoot it out with his eyes as a carrier. In this way, Xie Ying specialized in eye techniques. Increasing the power of his eyes and combining it with a soul cultivation secret technique, his power doubled. At this moment, the Heaven's Eye technique he used was a masterpiece that he had painstakingly researched for many years. By combining eye techniques and soul techniques, he formed a brand new and more powerful secret technique. 2 rays of grey light shot out of Xie Ying's eyes. The 2 grey lights quickly merged in midair. It was Fang Chen's first time seeing such a strange attack. Bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was hit by the 2 grey lights and was immediately sent flying. His clothes were tattered, and his flesh and blood splattered. However, his life was not in danger. His physical body was too strong, comparable to a life and death monarch. If a mere heavenly body tier cultivator wanted to break through his defenses, they would have to absolutely crush him. Continue attacking, Xie Ying roared after hitting Fang Chen. In the next moment, the 2 great elites attacked together. At first, Fang Chen could still use the space strangulation technique to counterattack. However, later on, Xie Ying's attacks had the effect of affecting his origin spirit. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was surrounded by the 2 of them. After a short while, Fang Chen's body was in a sorry state, covered in blood. Every time he was sent flying, he would immediately stand up as if nothing had happened. Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu's expressions became extremely grave. This boy's physical body is too strong. If we want to kill him, we have to completely destroy his origin spirit, Xie Ying said solemnly. What should we do? Qing Huqiu asked. You hold him back. I'll destroy his origin spirit, Xie Ying said. Qing Huqiu nodded. Then, his body emitted a dazzling azure light as he used the azure light dragon roar technique again. 1, 2, 3, Green Tiger Qiu's face lit up with delight when the 9 green dragon silhouettes were condensed. This was because the 10th azure dragon image was slowly forming. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1398. Let's see how you block my green light dragon roar this time. Breakthrough in battle. 9 green light dragon roar was a far cry from 10 green light dragon roar. It was no exaggeration to say that Green Tiger Hill, who could condense 10 green light dragon roars, already had the qualifications to challenge the top of the Qingyuan leaderboard. Kill. Green light dragon roar, and the entire forest was turned into ruins. As time passed, more and more martial artists gathered outside the ruins. Most of them were young martial artists, but there were also some older martial artists. They were all at the heavenly body tier, and there were martial artists from all 4 islands. Jian Yunchen was among them. When he saw this, he shook his head and sighed. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. He had given up the fight in the Fire Cloud Palace because he was afraid of Fang Chen's strength. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be able to fight 2 prodigies in such a short time? Oh my god, who is that guy? He can block the attacks of 2 prodigies. He seems to be a martial artist from the old Hua Islands. Xie Ying and Green Light Dragon Roar teamed up. It's hard to find a match for them in the younger generation. If he can survive this, he'll definitely become a powerful martial artist in the future. Many martial artists sighed. Only the disciples of the old Hua Islands were anxious. Most of them were disciples of the old East Alliance, and some were even disciples of the Sword Sect. Why isn't senior brother Ku Shu here yet? Many disciples were looking into the distance. Some disciples went to inform Ku Shu as soon as they saw the battle. Only with the arrival of the withered tree would there be any hope of helping Fang Chen. I hope senior brother Fang can hold on. Seeing that Fang Chen was still holding on despite being covered in blood, the disciples of the old Hua Islands felt their blood boil. Xie Ying and Green Light Dragon Roar are both prodigies, but they're teaming up to bully us. What a joke. Some disciples were more impulsive. They couldn't help but rush into the battle to help Fang Chen. Get lost. Green Light Dragon Roar, and the Green Light Dragon Roar wrapped around the disciples who rushed into the battle. Crack. The disciples who were hit by the Green Light Dragon Roar exploded. The disciples of the old Hua Islands exclaimed. The impulse in his heart was suppressed once again. On the battlefield, Fang Chen used his powerful body to resist the attacks of the two powerhouses. Although his body was covered in blood and flesh, his recovery ability was still very shocking. Space-time strangulation. While using Xie Ying to activate the Heaven's Eye technique, Fang Chen used space-time strangulation and arrived beside Green Tiger Mound. Dong, a loud sound rang out. Caught off guard, Green Tiger Mound was struck by the space-time strangulation technique and was sent flying. Damn it. Green Tiger Mound crawled up and roared into the sky. Two experts working together had been blasted away by Fang Chen. This was a disgrace. With that, he once again used the Azure Light Dragon Roar. 10 Azure Dragon Shadows were ready to attack. At the same time, Xie Ying's Heaven's Eye art was unleashed once more. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew backward. 2 bloody holes appeared in his chest, and blood kept flowing out. As the disciples of the old Hua Islands waited anxiously, Ku Shu finally arrived. Ku Shu was wearing a grey robe. He traveled through the void and flashed a few times before arriving at the battlefield. Senior brother Ku Shu is here. The disciples of the old Hua Islands exclaimed. Ku Shu's arrival would change the situation of the battle. Bang! Ku Shu waved his hand, and a powerful force blocked Green Tiger Mound's attack. Then, he landed beside Fang Chen. Green Tiger Mound, Xie Ying, what is the meaning of this? Ku Shu checked and found that Fang Chen's life was not in danger. He immediately turned around and glared at the two of them. Whoosh! Seeing Ku Shu arrive, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The battle just now was too tiring. He needed to recover. Ku Shu, we want to kill this person. You can't stop us, Green Tiger Mound roared. Ku Shu, don't think that just because you're the strongest person on the Tianhua leaderboard, others might be afraid of you. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching him, Ku Shu said coldly as his aura rippled. His primordial spirit emitted a dangerous aura. Then let's fight. Xie Ying didn't say anything and used the Heaven Eye technique. Seeing this, Ku Shu also performed a Soul Dao secret technique. This was a battle between soul cultivators. The soul techniques of the two powerhouses made the spectators' hearts palpitate. Green Light Dragon Roar technique. While the two were fighting, Green Tiger Mound launched a sneak attack. 10 Azure Dragon Phantoms swooped down with great power. Dong! Ku Shu waved his hand and blocked the attacks of the 10 Green Dragon Shadows. However, he was distracted, and Xie Ying found an opportunity. Xie Ying used the Heaven Eye technique and destroyed Ku Shu's attack, forcing him to retreat. Cough! Ku Shu stabilized himself and coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ku Shu, if you insist on stopping us, you'll definitely die, Xie Ying said coldly. In a battle between soul cultivators, being distracted was the most important thing. With Green Tiger Mound's help, Ku Shu had to be distracted. Therefore, Xie Ying could use this opportunity to severely injure Ku Shu. Ku Shu also noticed this. His figure flashed, and he came to Green Tiger Mound's side. He wanted to take the initiative and kill Green Tiger Mound before fighting Xie Ying. However, Xie Ying wouldn't let him succeed. Your opponent is me, Xie Ying shouted, and the Heaven Eye technique appeared again. Ku Shu had to give up attacking Green Tiger Mound and block Xie Ying's attack. As a result, the withered tree was once again in danger. Senior Ku Shu seems to be in danger. The disciples of the old Hua Islands discussed anxiously. The battle between the three was earth-shattering. The surroundings were filled with a dense aura, making it difficult for the spectators to see what was happening. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle. They didn't notice Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong's movements at all. An earth-shattering noise instantly startled the two people awake. The moment they opened their eyes, they were stunned. When they saw Fang Chen covered in blood, they were furious. "Brother Fang, are you all right?" Bai Wuzong asked. At this moment, Bai Wuzong's aura rippled, and his temperament changed. He had completely comprehended the Chaos Origin killing array. "I'm fine. Go help Senior Ku Shu," Fang Chen said. Bai Wuzong nodded and stood up. The aura of the array Dao spread out, and with a wave of his hand, rays of dazzling light shot out from his body. Then, these rays of light shot into the ground. Finally, they merged and formed the Chaos Origin killing array. The strongest form of the Chaos Origin killing array was fully displayed at this moment. "How dare you touch my brother? You'll all die." Bai Wuzong entered a frenzied state, and the killing power of the Chaos Origin killing array was completely activated by him. The Chaos Origin killing array, which was comparable to the peak of the 7th rank, instantly trapped the three people in the battle. "Senior Ku Shu." Bai Wuzong transmitted his voice to Ku Shu. Ku Shu was overjoyed. "What a powerful array!" The spectators in the distance all exclaimed. They didn't expect Bai Wuzong to be able to set up such a killing array. While Bai Wuzong was controlling the array, Jian Wuhong held her sword and entered the array. "I'll deal with Qing Huqiu," Jian Wuhong said. Ku Shu nodded and focused on dealing with Xie Ying. Whoosh! Before Qing Huqiu could say anything, a cold light flashed, and a powerful force pierced toward Qing Huqiu. Whoosh! Then, a ghostly figure appeared behind Qing Huqiu. "Jian Wuhong, you're not my match." Qing Huqiu sneered. Jian Wuhong ignored Qing Huqiu and quickly attacked. The peak of the 7th rank Chaos Origin killing array was too powerful. Bai Wuzong controlled the killing power of the Chaos Origin killing array and aimed it at Xie Ying. Rumble. Xie Ying's Heaven's Eye technique and Ku Shu's Soul technique clashed fiercely. But at this moment, the killing power whistled through the air. Scram! Xie Ying roared, and with a flick of his sleeve, he sent the killing power flying. "You dare to be distracted in a battle between soul cultivators?" Ku Shu seized this opportunity and launched a thunderous counterattack. Powerful soul techniques came from all directions. In an instant, Xie Ying's body was sent flying. Heaven's Eye technique. Xie Ying tried his best to block Ku Shu's attack and used the Heaven's Eye technique again. However, just like before, the murderous aura attacked again. As expected, Xie Ying was sent flying again. Just like that, Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu worked together to suppress Xie Ying. Kill. Ku Shu's killing intent was aroused, and a soul technique came from all directions. Xie Ying's primordial spirit was instantly injured. Xie Ying let out a miserable cry. Qing Huqiu, who was fighting fiercely with Jian Wuhong, cursed inwardly. "Run!" Xie Ying roared and prepared to escape. "Today, none of you will be able to leave." Bai Wuzong was completely enraged. In order to protect him, Fang Chen had fought with Jian Wuhong and was covered in blood. He wanted to avenge Fang Chen. "Senior brother Ku Shu, kill him." Bai Wuzong controlled the Chaos Origin killing array to suppress Xie Ying and transmitted his voice to Ku Shu. Ku Shu nodded and charged in front of Xie Ying. The cultivators of the 4 Great Archipelago who were watching the battle from afar were already dumbfounded. The disciples of the Old Hua Archipelago exclaimed. They were very excited. The situation had been reversed, and the Old Hua Archipelago had the upper hand. In the Heavenly Sword Archipelago, Jian Yunchen was shocked. Too strong. Bai Wuzong, Jian Wuhong, and Fang Chen. The 3 of them were too strong. This kind of battle was beyond his imagination. Previously, he thought that he could compete with Fang Chen and the others. But now, it seemed that he had been left behind. The disciples of the Evil Soul Archipelago and Qingyuan Archipelago, who were previously excited, fell silent. They were praying in their hearts that reinforcements would come. Whoosh! Not far from here, there were several figures rushing with all their might. Chapter 1399. There was once a peerless powerhouse who said that one should never underestimate a soul cultivator. Their attacks were unimaginable. Even though they seemed to have no combat power, they could still unleash the most devastating attacks at the critical moment. And now, the two soul cultivators were fighting at the pinnacle. Without Bai Wuzong's help, Ku Shu would only be able to slightly suppress Xie Ying. After all, Xie Ying was the third strongest on the evil soul list. His soul cultivation level had also reached the Grandmaster realm. He could be considered to have reached a higher level. Compared to Ku Shu, Xie Ying's cultivation time was obviously shorter. All along, Xie Ying had thought that he could defeat Ku Shu, as long as he had enough time to cultivate. This was the best opportunity to kill Ku Shu, but he had missed it. Soul cultivators were terrifying, but formation masters were not to be underestimated. Especially now that Bai Wuzong was a bona fide 7-star formation master. What kind of concept was this? It was no exaggeration to say that a 7-star formation master could set up an earth-shattering formation with a wave of his hand. However, Bai Wuzong had just become a 7-star formation master and was still unable to set up a top-notch 7-star formation. Even so, it was enough to give everyone a headache. Seeing Fang Chen covered in blood, Bai Wuzong's heart burned with anger. At that instant, he vented all of his anger. He activated the Chaos Origin killing formation to the extreme, and its power increased by who knew how many times. The killing power within the killing formation was too strong. The spectating cultivators of the 4 archipelago in the distance were also terrified. If they were trapped in such a powerful formation, they would die in minutes. Only an expert like Xie Ying could resist the Chaos Origin killing array while fighting against the withered tree. A formation master and a soul cultivator were the best combination. Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu were a good example of this. Bai Wuzong was in charge of controlling the overall situation and suppressing Xie Ying. Ku Shu, on the other hand, was using all his soul techniques to deal with Xie Ying. Soon, Xie Ying was somewhat unable to resist. He already had no advantage against Ku Shu, and with this terrifying 7-star formation, he was suppressed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Xie Ying was retreating. Poochie. At a certain moment, Xie Ying's primordial spirit was hit by Ku Shu's soul technique. Immediately, Nefarious Eagle let out a miserable shriek. His body was sent flying backward. However, with Bai Wuzong controlling the formation, his body slammed into the formation and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Pu. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Evil Eagle's mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the withered tree. However, in his heart, the thought of retreating emerged. Although he was very angry, it did not drown his reason. With Bai Wuzong around, he was no match for withered tree. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of you. Xie Ying stood up and stared at the withered tree. Withered tree shrugged. In this world, there was no such thing as fairness. If Bai Wuzong was an expert on Evil Eagle's side, Withered Tree wouldn't have said anything. He was number 1 on the Tianhua list, a disciple of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Of course, he had to stand up for his junior brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive on the old Hua Islands. Kill. Bai Wuzong roared and opened his palm. The killing power of the primordial killing formation howled out. Seeing this, Evil Eagle's face changed. He kept retreating. On the other side, Qing Huqiu was also complaining inwardly. Jian Wuhong's power had risen to a terrifying level. If it was before, with his power, he would have been able to crush her. But now, Jian Wuhong was suppressing him. Of course, it was because of the formation, but it was enough to show that Jian Wuhong's power had increased. The more they fought, the more anxious Qing Huqiu became. Seeing that Evil Eagle was completely suppressed and in danger, he wanted to end the fight quickly and go help Evil Eagle. But Jian Wuhong was too difficult to deal with. He couldn't get away in a short time. Evil Eagle, hold on. Qing Huqiu forced Jian Wuhong back and shouted in Evil Eagle's direction. Whoosh. As Bai Wuzong attacked, so did Withered Tree. The two used their fiercest attacks, wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. Not good. Evil Eagle cried out. He pushed his divine eye to the limit. His eyes were red, and the corners of his eyes were covered with tears of blood. This was the result of pushing his divine eye to the limit. But now, Evil Eagle couldn't care less. He had to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. Whoosh! At the most critical moment of the battle, the experts of the Qingyuan archipelago and the Evil Soul archipelago finally arrived. Stop! Just as all the cultivators held their breaths, a deafening voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Soon after, two black figures whizzed over. Crack! The two black figures instantly appeared in front of the Chaos Origin killing formation and attacked together, shattering the formation. Dong! The earth trembled. The Chaos Origin killing formation was shattered by the powerful force. Withered Tree's attack was blocked by the two black figures. A strong wind blew, and sand and stones flew around. The aura shook the sky. This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the battlefield. They were curious about who had come. At this moment, only Evil Eagle was the happiest. Reinforcements had arrived. In other words, his crisis was over. Evil Eagle dragged his injured body and walked to one of the black figures. Senior brother Xie Chu, the white-haired young cultivator in a black robe, was Xie Chu. The second strongest on the Evil Soul archipelago's Evil Soul ranking, Xie Chu. The one who came with Xie Chu was Qingyuan archipelago's Qingyuan ranking, Qingjue. The arrival of the two caused the battle to come to an abrupt end. Senior brother Qingjue. Seeing Qingjue arrive, Qinghuqi was also very excited. Qingjue and Xie Chu's arrival instantly turned the tide of the battle. Evil Eagle and Qinghuqi, who were at a disadvantage, were no longer in danger. Withered Tree. Xie Chu looked coldly at Withered Tree. Although he was second on the Evil Soul ranking, he was qualified to be compared to Withered Tree, Qingjue, and the others. Of the four archipelagos, the Evil Soul archipelago was the strongest. The experts on the Evil Soul ranking were generally stronger than the experts on the other three rankings. With Xie Chu's strength, he could easily be first on the other three rankings. As for the freak at the top of the Evil Soul ranking, no one had seen him before. Even Xie Chu didn't know who the person at the top was. In the Evil Soul Islands, the person at the top of the Evil Soul ranking only existed in legends. If it weren't for the fact that the Creation Realm experts of the Evil Soul Islands all voted for him, Xie Chu would have thought that this person didn't even exist. Senior brother Xie Chu is here. Ha ha ha, the martial artists of the old Hua Islands are in trouble. The disciples of the Evil Soul Islands were very excited. The disciples of the Qingyuan Islands were also very happy. Withered Tree stared at the two of them. He could vaguely feel a trace of pressure from them. Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong stood behind Withered Tree and stared at them warily. If anything went wrong, they would attack immediately. The top of the Tianhua ranking actually teamed up with others to attack the disciples of the Evil Soul Islands, Xie Chu sneered. His words were filled with disdain. Withered Tree, you're courting death, Qingjue said coldly. What do you want to do? Withered Tree said in a low voice. No one had expected things to turn out like this. They could only take it one step at a time. After all, Qingjue and Xie Chu were too strong. Withered Tree couldn't fight against them alone. You can leave, but they must die, Qingjue said. In fact, Qingjue wanted to kill Withered Tree too. But Withered Tree was the top of the Tianhua ranking and a Grandmaster Soul cultivator. If such a strong cultivator wanted to escape, even if Qingjue and Xie Chu teamed up, they might not be able to stop him. Rather than that, it was better to just let him go. As for the rest, even if Withered Tree wanted to protect them, there was nothing he could do. Qingjue's eyes fell on Bai Wuzong. A 7-star formation master was a big threat. He had to be dealt with. They'd discovered Bai Wuzong's formation when they'd arrived. Of all the people present, this person had to die. If he escaped, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. There would be endless trouble in the future. Impossible. As a disciple of the old Hua Alliance, I can't leave my fellow disciples alone, Withered Tree said in a low voice. His attitude was firm. How could he leave just because Qingjue said so? What a joke. Withered Tree wasn't a match for Qingjue and Xie Chu, but if they really went all out, who knew who would die? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Qingjue spread his hands and smiled. Xie Chu shook his head. Withered Tree, do you think you can withstand our attack if you stay? Or do you think you can do whatever you want with the help of a 7-star formation master? As he spoke, Xie eyes fell on Bai Wuzong. Withered Tree's heart clenched. From their tone, it seemed their target was Bai Wuzong. Bai Wuzong's face was grave, and his formation aura was thick around him. The air was filled with the atmosphere of mutual hostility. But at this moment, Fang Chen, who'd walked out of sight, finally opened his eyes. His body was still covered in blood. But it was no longer a big deal. His physical body was incomparably strong to begin with. Previously, he had only suffered some superficial wounds. After recuperating, his wounds were healed. Bullying with numbers. Fang Chen slowly rose to his feet and walked over to Withered Tree. His eyes swept over Xie and Qingjue. Who are you? Xie and Qingjue frowned. This person was covered in blood, and it was obvious he'd been seriously injured, yet he still dared to boast shamelessly. Senior brother Xie, this person is called Fang Chen. He's no weaker than Jian Wuhong. This person killed many disciples of the Evil Spirit Islands and Qing Yuan Islands. Qing Huqiu and Xie Ying spoke at the same time. Hearing this, Xie and Qingjue were a little surprised. From the aura emanating from this person, they could feel that he was a medium-level heavenly body tier cultivator. Senior brother Xie, don't underestimate this person. Although his cultivation is only at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, he's really strong. I suspect he's a genius of the purgatory, Xie Ying said. Chapter 1400. Purgatory geniuses weren't just for show. Outside of purgatory, there were very few martial artists who could be called purgatory geniuses. At least, there hadn't been any purgatory geniuses in the 4 archipelagos. Everyone thought that those who broke through the limit were peerless geniuses. However, they didn't know that for creation realm cultivators and even life and death realm cultivators, the potential of purgatory geniuses was far higher than those who broke through the limit. What shocked Xie and Qingju was that this blooded and battered martial artist was actually a purgatory genius. They didn't dare to believe it. However, if they knew that Fang Chen had cultivated for less than 40 years, who knew what they would think? Purgatory genius. Xie cried out. Yes, this boy's potential is too heaven-defying. He can fight me at the 6th level of the heavenly body realm, Xie Ying said. Xie naturally knew Xie Ying's strength very well. After hearing Xie Ying's introduction, Xie expression finally became serious. Purgatory genius? Then you can't be left alive, Xie said sinisterly. Letting a purgatory genius leave was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. They didn't dare to bear this risk. Qingju also nodded heavily. Their gazes had already moved from Bai Wuzong to Fang Chen. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Brother Bai, you control the Chaos Origin killing formation. Wuhong, you deal with Green Tiger Mound. Senior brother Withered Tree, you deal with Xie Ying. I'll stop them, Fang Chen transmitted secretly. Brother Fang, don't be rash, Bai Wuzong said hurriedly. A hint of worry flashed in Jian Wuhong's eyes. Even Withered Tree couldn't defeat Qingju and Xie. Not to mention Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong didn't think that Fang Chen was stronger than Withered Tree. I can last for a minute, so I need senior brother Withered Tree to end this quickly and kill Xie Ying, Fang Chen continued to transmit. In the short time just now, he had already made careful calculations. Although Jian Wuhong's strength could suppress Green Tiger Mound, it was impossible for her to kill him quickly. Thus, she could only place her hopes on Withered Tree. Xie Ying had been injured in the battle just now, and his primordial spirit had been damaged. If Bai Wuzong and the wilted tree worked together, they would surely be able to kill him at lightning speed. This way, the situation would be much clearer. All right, I will kill Xie Ying as soon as possible. Withered Tree nodded. At this point, without any reinforcements, they could only rely on themselves. Do it. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Before Qingju and the others could do anything, Fang Chen growled. Instantly, the terrifying chaos elemental killing array spread out and enveloped everyone within it. Courting death. Qingju and Xie frowned and laughed coldly. Then, Qingju attacked Dry Tree while Xie prepared to kill Fang Chen. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Fang Chen was alone. Not only did he attack Qingju, but he also attacked Xie. In an instant, Fang Chen entangled Qingju and Xie with shocking strength. "The two of you will be fighting me." Fang Chen gently wiped the blood off his face, revealing a row of white teeth. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qingju sneered and punched out. Facing two experts, Fang Chen did not hold back at all. He activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. The sword-shaped runes shone brightly, and his physical defense was raised to the maximum. At the same time, he performed the space-time strangulation. Bang! Fang Chen easily blocked Qingju's attack with his first attack. At this moment, a wild wind appeared behind him. Fang Chen hurriedly turned around and blocked with all his strength. Bang! When Fang Chen blocked Xie attack, he was sent flying by Qingju's punch. "Kid, how dare you fight the two of us alone? You're courting death." Qingju sneered. As for Fang Chen, he quickly crawled back up and continued to block their path. Fang Chen fought against two strong cultivators alone and was forced to retreat. In an instant, he had more injuries on his body. However, fortunately, his physical body was too strong and could still block. Usually, a minute would be a very fast time. But now, it was extremely slow for Fang Chen. When Fang Chen gave the order, Red Sword faced Green Tiger Mound. She was very anxious and worried about Fang Chen's safety. She waved the long sword in her hand fiercely and firmly suppressed Green Tiger Mound. According to the previous agreement, Bai Wuzong was in full control of the Chaos Origin killing formation and cooperated with Ku Shu to kill Xie Ying. In fact, Fang Chen's plan was very effective. As soon as the battle began, Xie Ying was at a disadvantage. Die! Bai Wuzong fell into madness and devoted himself to the Chaos Origin killing formation. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in the Chaos Origin killing formation. Biting cold killing intent wreaked havoc on the ground. Xie Ying felt that his body was bound. Whoosh! Just as Xie Ying was about to retreat, he was shocked to find that all the attacks in the Chaos Origin killing formation were aimed at him. He resisted with all his might. The withered tree found an opportunity and unleashed a tyrannical spirit technique. A resplendent ray of light shot out from his primordial spirit. Whoosh! Without any obstruction, the resplendent ray of light shot into Xie Ying's head. Xie Ying's primordial spirit was already heavily injured, and now he was hit by Ku Shu. His mind shook and his primordial spirit shattered. No. Xie Ying's throat was hoarse. He wanted to roar, but he found that he couldn't. Xie Ying's eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end, his body softly fell to the ground. In fact, when Xie Ying was attacked, Xie Chu already knew of Fang Chen's plan. "Xie Ying!" Xie Chu roared furiously. He sent Fang Chen flying with a punch and wanted to save Xie Ying. However, Fang Chen was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He quickly got up from the ground and traveled through space, arriving in front of Xie Chu and blocking his path. "You're courting death." Xie Chu was furious and punched again. However, in that short amount of time, Evil Eagle's body fell limply to the ground. His primordial spirit shattered and he died. "Ah!" Xie Chu roared at the sky. He turned his head, an evil aura exuding from his body, burning with anger. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step. "Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces." A 6th-level heavenly body tier martial artist had forcefully blocked him and Qingju for a minute. This was something Xie Chu couldn't tolerate. Evil Eagle had been killed right under his nose. The third strongest elite on the evil soul list died in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave just like that. At this moment, the anger in Xie Chu's heart was enough to burn the world. "Xie Chu, your opponent is me." After killing Xie Ying, Ku Shu blocked in front of Xie Chu. "Ku Shu, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Blocked by Ku Shu, Xie Chu couldn't continue to kill Fang Chen. Dong! The two pinnacle experts instantly clashed with each other. Ku Shu's spirit technique was extremely strange. And Xie Chu's power was also extremely domineering. At the beginning of the battle, the two were evenly matched. As time passed, Xie Chu gradually gained the upper hand. However, even so, Xie Chu couldn't kill Ku Shu. This was the elite at the top of the Tianhua list. No matter how weak he was, he wouldn't be easily killed. There were no new developments in the battle here for the time being. And on the other side, without Xie Chu's attacks, Fang Chen suddenly felt much more relaxed. Facing Qing Ju alone, Fang Chen crawled up from the ground. The blood on his body had already scabbed over. However, he didn't care at all. This was just a superficial wound to confuse everyone. "Brat, I have to say, your physical defense is very strong." Qing Ju stared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice. Xie Ying's death was ultimately because he and Xie Chu had underestimated Fang Chen. Otherwise, Xie Ying wouldn't have died so tragically. Now, the situation had suddenly become blurry. However, as long as he, Qing Ju, killed this brat, the situation would change again. "It can only be said that your attacks are too weak," Fang Chen said with a grin. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Bai Wuzong, asking him to support Jian Wuhong with all his might. The originally one-sided battle had become like this. Bai Wuzong was also very excited. After hearing Fang Chen's words, he controlled the Chaos Element Killing Array without hesitation to help Jian Wuhong deal with Green Tiger Hill. Seeing this, Qing Ju's expression became serious. "Die!" Qing Ju saw through Fang Chen's plan. With a low roar, he punched out. Dong! Fang Chen's fist collided with Qing Ju's. A terrifying explosive force instantly spread out. Then, the two quickly retreated. Qing Ju was a little surprised, but the battle didn't stop. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Qing Ju used the Green Tiger Hill's ultimate technique. However, this ultimate technique was especially powerful in Qing Ju's hands. Whoosh! In the sky, 15 green dragon shadows instantly appeared. 15! Fang Chen exclaimed. 15 azure dragon phantoms whizzed through the air, bringing with them a powerful force. Using the space-time strangulation technique, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He destroyed the green dragon shadows one by one, but in the end, he was still hit by the remaining few. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. When he got up, Qing Ju's expression became even more serious. Fang Chen's physical defense was beyond his imagination. "Looks like I need to use my trump card," Qing Ju said sinisterly. At the same time, a faint green light appeared around him. This light green light circled around him. After 3 rounds, it began to rise and finally gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized ball of light green appeared in Qing Ju's palm. The power contained in this small ball was very strong. Qing Ju was very confident that he could kill Fang Chen. "Kid, although you're a purgatory genius, you're too weak. But it's a pity that you're too weak. Today is the day you die." Purgatory geniuses were the most important pieces of the puzzle for large factions. If this was the outside world, Qing Ju wouldn't dare to openly attack a purgatory genius. This was because every purgatory genius had a guardian behind them. However, this was the Moon Cave, so he didn't have to worry. However, just as Qing Ju was laughing wildly, a tremor came from the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Qing Ju turned his head and instantly grit his teeth. There was a cloud of blood mist beside Jian Wuhong. And Green Tiger Hill, who was fighting with her, was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1401. The cultivators of the 4 archipelago watching the battle from afar were all shocked. In a short period of time, the experts who were usually high up on the ranking list were killed one after another. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion in the archipelago. Unfortunately, this was the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. However, if this happened in the outside world, there wouldn't be such a large-scale conflict. Qing Huqiu's death was also thanks to Bai Wuzong. It had to be said that this 7-star formation master really controlled the situation. Although he didn't participate in the battle, the mixed Yuan killing formation played a huge role. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong, it would have been very difficult to kill Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu. And now, Fang Chen's plan was finally completed. In the following time, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong would fight against Qing Ju at the same time. Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong would fight against Xie Chu. This way, the situation would be completely reversed. Fang Chen's side had a huge advantage. Heavens, am I dreaming? Xie Ying, third on the evil soul ranking, died just like that. Qing Huqiu, second on the Azure origin ranking, was also killed. This is crazy. Fang Chen of the old Hua Islands is too powerful. After this battle, the hearts of all the martial artists were filled with shock. They were shocked by Fang Chen's tenacity. A 6th-level heavenly body tier cultivator fought 2 elites alone for a minute. This was an important turning point. If not, the cultivators of the old Hua Islands would have been slaughtered. Xiu. Jian Wuhong didn't stop. She stepped forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. A trace of gentleness appeared on her ice-cold face. Seeing Fang Chen covered in blood, Jian Wuhong's heart was filled with pain. "How are you?" Jian Wuhong wasn't good at expressing herself. She quickly regained her cold demeanor. "I won't die." Fang Chen grinned. Then, he looked at Qing Ju again. "Now, what do you think your chances are?" Fang Chen asked. Qing Ju's expression changed. After exchanging blows with Fang Chen, he knew that Fang Chen had a strong defense. If he added the red sword dance to the mix, Fang Chen would not be able to defeat him. Even though he wouldn't be defeated, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the other party. On the other side, Xie Chu seemed to have realized this problem. He attacked madly, wanting to kill or severely injure the withered tree in order to find a breakthrough point. However, at every critical moment, Bai Wuzong would control the killing power of the Chaos Origin killing formation to stop the evil tune. Over time, even Xie Chu thought they had completely failed in this battle. Dong Xie Chu forced the withered tree back with a punch. With a leap, he landed beside Qing Ju. The two of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. However, he had no choice but to admit the truth before his eyes. "I didn't think that a cultivator at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier would actually lead this battle," Xie Chu said. The battle came to an abrupt end at that instant. However, Fang Chen and the others did not relax. "Purgatory Genius, you are indeed qualified to receive this title." Xie Chu continued, "With your own strength, you turned a disadvantage into an advantage bit by bit. I have to say, I admire you." At this point, Xie Chu's eyes shot out a murderous intent. "However, I hate you even more." Xie Chu's expression was ferocious. "Today, we have suffered heavy losses. Xie Ying is dead, and Green Tiger Mound is also dead. However, this is not the end. In the following time, the old Hua Islands should be prepared to suffer the wrath of the evil Soul Islands and the Qing Yuan Islands. Today's situation was our mistake. If we meet again, the outcome will definitely not be reversed," Qing Ju said. Although they had failed. However, the two of them believed that they would have time to deal with the people of the old Hua Islands. Wang. At this moment, the Chaos Origin killing formation swayed, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. "What? Can you stop us if we want to leave?" Xie Chu frowned. "Do you really think we are afraid of you?" Qing Ju said coldly. "If we continue to fight, we might not lose." Hearing this, Fang Chen waved his hand, stopping Bai Wuzong's actions. The latter understood and removed the Chaos Origin killing formation. "Brat, just you wait. I, Xie Chu, swear that the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave will be your burial ground." Before Xie Chu left, he glared fiercely at Fang Chen. The two powerhouses quickly disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the martial artists of the Qing Yuan Islands and the Evil Soul Islands also quickly left this place. Whoosh! Seeing this, Jian Wuhong and the others let out a sigh of relief. The three of them looked at Fang Chen. "Don't look at me like that. I will feel embarrassed." Fang Chen scratched his head awkwardly as the three of them stared at him with fiery gazes. "I can't believe it. I feel like I am dreaming now," Bai Wuzong said. "Yeah. This is the biggest crisis we have encountered since entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Luckily, junior brother Fang is here," Ku Shu said. Not only did he force Xie Chu and Qing Ju to retreat, but he also killed Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu. It won't be long before news of this will spread throughout the entire Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Jian Wuhong said softly. The disciples of the old Hua Islands who were watching from afar were instantly excited. All the martial artists were cheering. They really did it. The four of them had created a miracle. The disciples of the Sword Sky Islands were also shocked. In the crowd, Jian Yunchen shook his head and sighed. The gap between him and Fang Chen was too big. "Let's go," Jian Yunchen said softly. After a while, the disciples of the Sword Sky Islands quickly retreated. Cheers resounded through the sky. In just 3 days, the news of this battle spread throughout the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Many martial artists found it unbelievable. The 4 martial artists of the old Hua Islands fought Xie Chu and Qing Ju and even killed Qing Hu Qiu and Xie Ying. How is this possible? Putting everything else aside, just Xie Ying and Qing Hu Qiu's strength is enough to make Ku Shu wary. It's true. They killed Xie Ying and Qing Hu Qiu right under their noses. In the end, the 4 martial artists worked together and forced Xie Chu and Qing Ju to retreat. At first, no one believed the truth of the matter. But soon, someone came out to verify it. After everyone understood the situation, they were all shocked. The name that they talked about the most was Fang Chen. Fang Chen is ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking. He's so strong. I heard that Fang Chen fought Xie Chu and Qing Ju alone to buy time for Ku Shu and Qing Ju. Oh my god, how strong is Fang Chen? Why do I feel like he's stronger than Ku Shu? You don't know this, right? The 4 from the old Hua Islands were able to turn the situation around because of Bai Wuzong. Bai Wuzong is a 7-star divine array master. After learning that Bai Wuzong was a 7-star divine array master, everyone was in an uproar. Many forces wanted to find Bai Wuzong and rope him in. However, Bai Wuzong and the other 3 seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one could find them. As for the news that Fang Chen was a genius of the purgatory, it didn't spread. Only a few experts knew about it. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, in a certain ruin. A man with sword-shaped eyebrows wearing a black robe had a sword-shaped symbol on it. It was obvious that he was a martial artist of the Sword Sky Islands. This person was playing with a golden metal plate in his hand. He had just come out of the 13 palaces and obtained a token. He felt his communication jade pendant vibrate. Then, he opened his communication jade pendant. After a while, his face darkened. The content of the message was very simple. It was nothing more than the battle between the 4 martial artists of the old Hua Islands. Of course, the main point was that Bai Wuzong was a 7-star divine array master, and Fang Chen was even more terrifying. He was a genius of the purgatory. I didn't expect the old Hua Islands to have a genius of the purgatory. The man with sword-shaped eyebrows put away the communication jade pendant and smiled. Fang Chen, what kind of martial artist are you? The man with sword-shaped eyebrows looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself. I hope you won't disappoint me. Many martial artists had different attitudes after learning that Fang Chen was a genius of the purgatory. The martial artists of the old Hua Islands were naturally very happy. However, the martial artists of the other 2 islands were very unhappy. Some even wanted to assassinate Fang Chen. A genius of the purgatory was too scary. Once he grew, he would be a threat to everyone. Therefore, they couldn't let him live. However, after the battle, Fang Chen and the other 3 martial artists seemed to have expected that it would cause a huge uproar. They had hidden long ago. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the 4 of them in such a huge moon fairy cave. Star Relic, Spacetime Island, Spacetime Battlefield. Fang Chen had just killed a spacetime demon spirit when a smile appeared on his face. His original body already knew what had happened in the moon fairy cave. My doppelganger's combat power is almost on par with Xie Ying. It's still a bit weaker than Xie Chu. If I can take back the red glass sword, defeating Xie Chu won't be a problem. Fang Chen's original body grinned. Of course, there was another situation. When the true meaning of spacetime reached the 7th grade, the strength of both his original body and doppelganger would skyrocket. After leaving the Moon Fairy Cave, the mission given by Realm Lord Fu Mo could be considered completed. Soon, it won't be long before I can leave this godforsaken place, Fang Chen said to himself. If the Oxhead demon beast found out that Fang Chen had called such a godforsaken place for cultivation, what would it think? After resting for a while, Fang Chen continued to kill space-time demon spirits. At the same time, in the core area of the star relic, two figures suddenly appeared. Don't worry. I will definitely find that thing, a graceful and elegant man said with a fawning face. However, the lady in green beside him turned a blind eye to it. The green-robed woman was extremely beautiful. She was devastatingly beautiful and had a unique temperament. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. She came to the star relic for a treasure. As for the graceful and luxurious man, he naturally wanted to curry favor with the green-clothed woman and followed behind her like a shadow. The man said softly. The lady in green frowned and was a little unhappy. An angry expression appeared on her pretty face. Then, her red lips opened slightly and let out a heavenly voice. I said, "Don't call me Chapter 1402. Since entering the coiling moon fairy cave, they had encountered many strong enemies. And Fang Chen had never been able to display his strongest combat strength, although the power of the space-time strangulation technique was extraordinary. But in the end, it consumed too much energy and could not be maintained for a long time. Moreover, after this battle, Xie Chu and Qing Ju had already regarded Fang Chen as a thorn in their side. Once he encountered the two alone, he would definitely be attacked fiercely. Therefore, Fang Chen could not wait to find Fu Long and then seize the red glass sword. This time, Fang Chen and the other three hid and rested for about half a month before coming out of the hiding place. The four looked at each other and then smiled at each other. Qing Ju and Xie Chu have been waiting for us to be alone, Ku Shu said in a deep voice. If it's a one-on-one battle, we are definitely not their match. It's better to be careful, Bai Wuzong said. Jian Wuhong nodded slightly and did not speak. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, Anyway, our goal has always been to get the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. Why don't we act together? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ku Shu nodded. In the end, the four reached a unanimous decision. Before looking for the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, the four would not separate and act together. However, not long after, the four of them heard an important piece of news. When this news came out, it caused a great sensation. The tokens of the 13 palaces had all been born. This also meant that the 13 palaces had all been discovered by many martial artists, and the tokens had all fallen into the hands of martial artists. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had 2 golden iron pieces in his hand. In other words, there were still 11 tokens in the hands of others. At the same time, Fang Chen also obtained very important information from the golden iron pieces. The moment the tokens of the 13 palaces were all born, the tokens resonated with each other. As long as they were within a certain range, the tokens would sense the existence of other tokens and emit a soft light. This seemed to be specially targeted at the holders of the tokens. Fang Chen told the 3 of them this point. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's face was overjoyed and immediately said, In this way, we can use Brother Fang's token to ambush other token holders. The withered tree pondered for a moment and felt that this matter was feasible. Junior Bai is right. Let's try to get as many tokens as we can, said the withered tree. Fang Chen and the other 3 quickly walked through the coiling moon immortal cave, paying attention to the changes in the medallion. Fang Chen wasn't the only one who thought this way. Every martial artist who had a token had the same idea. Unfortunately, some people were destined to die because of the tokens. What surprised Fang Chen and the other 3 was that after running for an hour, the golden metal plate began to emit a soft light. There's a token nearby, Fang Chen shouted. He immediately took out 2 badges and placed them in his palm. Sensing the information from the medallion, Xiao Chen followed the guidance of the medallion and quickly headed for the location of the other medallion. At the same time, in a nearby forest, there was an elder at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Judging from his attire, he was most likely a cultivator of the older generation from the Qing Yuan archipelago. Yes, there's a token nearby. This 9th level heavenly body tier elder's expression changed, and he immediately prepared to hide. However, it was already too late. Fang Chen activated his true intent of time and space to the extreme, and rushed over first. Yes, There's only one person. Seeing that Fang Chen was alone, the 9th level heavenly body tier elder was secretly delighted. Immediately, a frightening aura spread out from his body. Brat, I haven't even looked for you, and you've already found me. The elder sneered, and said, hand over your token. However, what answered the elder was Fang Chen's full-strength punch. Dong. With a single punch, the old man was sent flying. You, who are you? At this moment, the elder finally felt fear, and asked in horror. Fang Chen. Hearing the two words Fang Chen, a storm surged in the elder's heart. How could it be you? Obviously, the elder had also heard of Fang Chen's name. The genius of the purgatory was so powerful that even the Azure Tiger Hill was no match for him. Although the elder was an older generation cultivator of the Qing Yuan archipelago, his potential was limited. If he couldn't obtain celestial qi, he probably wouldn't be able to step into the creation tier in his lifetime. Although he seemed to be at the 9th level, his true battle prowess was inferior to the Azure Tiger Hill. At this moment, when he heard that the person before him was Fang Chen, he lost without a fight. Run. The elder didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed, and he prepared to flee. Wang. However, just as he was about to flee, a terrifying formation suddenly descended from the sky, instantly trapping him. No. The old man let out a cry of unwillingness. If not for his greed, perhaps he would have already fled at this moment. Everything was his own fault for being greedy. Brother Fang, how do we deal with this? Bai Wuzong appeared, and asked. Jian Wuhong and Ku Shu also appeared at the same time. Hand over your token, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he walked in front of the formation. The elder was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. I admit defeat. The elder took out his token and threw it to Fang Chen. The latter took the token, checked it, and found that it was real. He put away the token, then turned and left. Let him go. Fang Chen's voice sounded. In an instant, Fang Chen and the other three disappeared. The elder's heart raced, and he felt as if he was dreaming. He didn't kill me? The elder asked in disbelief. He had just walked through the gates of hell and managed to keep his life. In fact, Fang Chen wasn't a homicidal maniac. Even though Qing Ju wanted to kill him, he only hated Qing Ju. He couldn't hate the entire Qingyuan archipelago just because Qing Ju was a martial artist of the archipelago. This old man had no enmity with him, and he only attacked him because of the golden metal piece. Fang Chen naturally didn't have any killing intent. After successfully obtaining a token, Fang Chen and the other three became more confident, and they continued to check the nearby tokens. At the same time, other martial artists were also fighting for tokens. Among them, there were three people who attracted the most attention. Fang Chen recognized two of them. One was Qing Ju, ranked first on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago. The other was Xie Chu, ranked second on the Evil Soul ranking of the Evil Soul archipelago. These two had a token each, and they also received the news. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as Fang Chen's. In the dark, there was another person who was also fighting for tokens. In an instant, the martial artists who obtained tokens were panicking. The whole Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was in turmoil. The area where the 13 palaces were located could only be considered the outer region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. And the 7 palaces were located in the inner region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. It was said that the creation tier elites were all in the inner region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. The 13 palaces didn't attract them at all. And the only thing that could attract them was the 7 palaces, or even the last cave. There were no creation tier elites in the outer region, and 9th level heavenly body tier elites were the strongest. And now, without the ranked first on the Evil Soul ranking, the combination of Fang Chen and the other three was almost invincible. The 4 of them easily swept through, and in the following month's time, they obtained 3 tokens. Adding the 3 from before, there were a total of 6 tokens. There were a total of 13 tokens, and Fang Chen alone had obtained almost half. There were only 7 tokens left outside. A month later, the difficulty of finding tokens increased. At this time, Qing Ju only had 2 tokens, and Xie Chu also only had 2 tokens. As for the last 3 tokens, they were all in the hands of the man with the sword-like eyebrows. On a certain mountain peak, Qing Ju and Xie Chu stood quietly, looking at each other. "Brother Qing, how about we team up?" Xie Chu asked. Xie Chu's strength was even higher than Qing Ju's. However, if it was a battle of life and death, it was hard to say who would win. So, although Xie Chu was slightly stronger, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. "How do we team up?" Qing Ju asked. "The difficulty of finding tokens has increased greatly. Just by ourselves, wanting to obtain tokens is extremely difficult," Xie Chu said. "If you and I team up, perhaps we can obtain more tokens." "Oh, you mean," hearing this, Qing Ju's eyes revealed a trace of a sly smile. As Fang Chen and the other 3 were searching for tokens, they received a piece of news. "Yes, someone saw a token on the Sitting Gaze Mountain," Fang Chen muttered to himself. "Will there be a trap?" Bai Wuzong asked. "If the 4 of us team up, even Qing Ju and Xie Chu wouldn't dare to fight directly. What are you afraid of?" Ku Shu said. "Let's go." Fang Chen nodded, agreeing with Ku Shu's opinion. And in another mysterious area, the man with the sword-like eyebrows also heard this news. Could it be Fang Chen? The man with the sword-like eyebrows thought to himself, and then his figure disappeared into the horizon. On a certain plain, Fu Long suddenly appeared. Not long ago, he had obtained an inheritance. During this period of time, he had been receiving the inheritance. Naturally, he didn't know what had happened in the outside world. He also didn't know about the battle more than a month ago. "Fang Chen, if I see you next time, I will definitely kill you." Fu Long's face was ferocious as he said coldly. With a thought, a red long sword appeared in his palm. This was the red glass sword. He had a feud with Fang Chen because of the red glass sword. Although he was good at runes, the red glass sword was indeed a magic weapon that he liked very much. There was no reason for him to give up what he wanted. Putting away the red glass sword, Fu Long's eyes emitted a biting cold murderous intent. At this time, Fang Chen, who was continuing to move forward, suddenly stopped. "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Bai Wuzong asked curiously. Fang Chen's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "I sense the aura of the red glass sword." Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's eyes flashed, and she instantly shot out. Fang Chen followed closely behind, rushing toward the place where the aura of the red glass sword was. Jian Wuhong helped Fang Chen forge the red glass sword, so she knew Fang Chen best. The red glass sword was stolen by Fu Long, and it had always been Fang Chen's obsession. And now, he sensed the aura of the red glass sword, which meant that Fu Long was nearby. "No matter what, I will help you take back the red glass sword," Jian Wuhong said to herself as she flew. Fu Long, Fang Chen said through gritted teeth. The true meaning of time and space was pushed to the extreme, and his speed was extremely fast, and he soon caught up with Jian Wuhong. Seeing Jian Wuhong's speed, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Chapter 1403. Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong were dumbfounded. The 2 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. "The 2 of them are too fast." Bai Wuzong cried out involuntarily. Ku Shu shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he couldn't keep his first place on the Tianhua ranking. However, Ku Shu wasn't angry. The stronger Fang Chen was, the happier he was. He didn't care about the first place on the Tianhua ranking. He only cared about his own strength. Whoosh! In an instant, Fang Chen's red sword dance arrived 1,000 kilometers away. He saw Fu Long, who was about to leave. "Fu Long!" Fang Chen roared furiously. Soon after, he suddenly threw a punch through the air. Hearing this, Fu Long turned his head and saw the sudden attack. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately activated a rune. Dong! A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Fu Long took a few steps back and steadied himself. He lifted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Fang Chen, I didn't go looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me," Fu Long said coldly. Fang Chen's aura skyrocketed as he walked towards the rune dragon. "Fu Long, Fang Chen, swear that you'll die today," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong was about to attack, but Fang Chen stopped her. Let me do it myself. The red glass sword was his partner. He wanted to kill Fu Long and take the red glass sword back. Die. Seeing Fang Chen stop Jian Wuhong, Fu Long was relieved and sneered. Dong. Fang Chen gathered all his strength and threw a punch. Fu Long used a rune to block it. Okay. Fang Chen's strength was very strong. He shattered the burning rune with one punch and forced the rune dragon to retreat. This scene caused Fu Long's expression to change greatly. How can you be so strong? Fu Long asked. He had received the inheritance and his strength had increased a lot. But he couldn't block Fang Chen's physical strength. How was that possible? Fu Long didn't believe it and continued to attack. However, no matter how he attacked, Fang Chen's iron fists responded to him. Ah! Fu Long roared at the sky, unleashing his trump card. The powerful runes were instantly ignited by him, erupting with the power of thunder. Fang Chen, die! Fu Long let out a low roar and displayed his greatest technique. He believed that Fang Chen was undoubtedly going to die. However, when Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique, Fu Long fell into despair. Impossible! How can he be so strong? The space-time strangulation contained a strong killing intent. Fu Long resisted with all his might. He had even taken out his trump card, but it was still useless. Crack! All the runes were shattered by Fang Chen. Fang Chen's figure quickly shuttled through the void and arrived behind Fu Long. Bang! Suddenly, a punch blasted out, smashing directly onto Fu Long's head. With a loud bang, Fu Long's skull shattered, and a mist of blood spurted out. Fu Long screamed miserably. He was still burning runes, trying to escape. Impossible. Even now, Fu Long didn't know how Fang Chen was so strong. I won't accept this. After Fang Chen smashed Fu Long's head with a punch, he roared at the sky. His fleeing origin spirit was also shattered by Fang Chen's punch. The space-time strangulation technique combined with the true meaning of time and space was extremely powerful. In addition, Fang Chen had stepped into the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, and his strength had increased greatly. Fu Long was no match for him at all. Crack! The second strongest on the Tianhua roll, the Grandmaster Stage Talisman Master Fu Long, was killed by Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and Fu Long's spatial ring appeared in his hand. Opening the spatial ring, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Wang! The red glass sword trembled as it flew out of the spatial ring. It floated in the air and quickly spun around Fang Chen's body. Finally, the red glass sword stopped in front of Fang Chen's chest. A series of sword cries could be heard from the body of the sword. It seemed to be telling Fang Chen that it was very happy. Fang Chen raised his hand and gently grasped the red glass sword's hilt. Instantly, a familiar aura came from the red glass sword. I said I would take you back with my own hands, Fang Chen said. A sword chime came from the red glass sword as a response. Jian Wuhong, who was watching from afar, smiled when she saw this scene. No one knew Fang Chen better than she did. He was very happy inside. Whoosh! At this moment, Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu arrived. Yes. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong felt helpless. Aren't you two a little too fast? Fang Chen put away the red glass sword, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Brother Fang, how was it? Bai Wuzong walked to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. Now that the red glass sword had been taken back, he could devote himself to finding the token. Since you have taken back what belongs to you and Fu Long is dead, let's go. In that case, let's continue forward, Withered Tree said. Sitting mountain gazing. In the center of the coiling moon fairy cave. It was surrounded by an endless plain. The sitting mountain gazing was very high. From afar, it towered into the clouds. But now, there were two people on the sitting mountain gazing, waiting for the holder of the token. Brother Qing, do you think they will come? Xiechu asked. Qing Ju nodded. They will definitely come. No one can resist the temptation of the token. Just as they were talking, ripples appeared in the void. Then, the man with the sword eyebrows appeared. The man with dashing eyebrows walked over step by step with a smile on his face. His eyes swept over Qing Ju and finally fell on Xiechu. Who are you? Qingju and Xiechu did not know him. However, they were able to sense a terrifying aura from that person. Jian Xing, the man with the sword eyebrows, said with a smile. Qingju and Xiechu breathed a sigh of relief. They had heard of Jian Xing's name. He was the top expert on the sword sky list. Although this person's strength was very strong, the two of them were still at the same level as him. Jian Xing, are you here to take our token? Qingju asked. Jian Xing shook his head and then nodded. I am not taking it. I am asking for it from you, Jian Xing said gently. Humph, what a joke. Do you think that the top of the sword sky list can scare us? Xiechu sneered. Since you are here, please hand over your token. Otherwise, you will not be able to walk out of here alive, Qingju said coldly. I don't think so. Jian Xing shook his head. He did not believe Qingju. You are courting death. Qingju attacked. Qingju was the top expert on the Qingyuan list. He was so powerful that he had few rivals among the younger generation. He was confident that Jian Xing was no match for him. However, he did not think so after a few seconds. After a while, Qingju and Xiechu sat on the mountain-gazing mountain with gloomy faces. A few tokens appeared in their palms and they handed them over to Jian Xing unwillingly. That's more like it. Jian Xing grinned. Qingju and Xiechu left the sitting mountain-gazing mountain in a hurry. When the two of them looked at Jian Xing, their eyes were filled with terror. He was too powerful. The two of them were no match for him even if they joined forces. Fang Chen and the other three flew for a day and night and were finally about to reach the sitting mountain-gazing mountain. However, before that, he met two old acquaintances. Brother Fang, look. Bai Wuzong suddenly said. Fang Chen turned around upon hearing this and saw Qingju and Xiechu rushing toward them. Fang Chen was confused. They had obviously come from the sitting mountain-gazing mountain. Had they arrived before him? Crash. The four of them appeared and blocked Qingju and Xiechu's path. What a coincidence. We meet again, Ku Shu said with a smile. It's you. Qingju frowned and said coldly. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much? Xiechu said impatiently. The four of them could not do anything to them. Similarly, the two of them could not do anything to the four of them. Therefore, there was no point in continuing the fight. However, their tokens had just been snatched and they had nowhere to vent their anger. When they saw Fang Chen and the other three, they naturally had to vent their anger. Hand over your tokens, Fang Chen said. In your dreams, Qingju roared angrily. Hearing the word token, Qingju went berserk. He already felt annoyed that his tokens had been snatched away. He did not expect Fang Chen to have the audacity to snatch their tokens. Boom. Qingju attacked at lightning speed. His target was Fang Chen. Whoosh. The red glass sword was unsheathed. He slashed out with his sword. It was earth-shattering. This was the first time Fang Chen had used his full strength. Now that the red glass sword had been recovered, his control of the red glass sword had become even better. Whoosh! As the red glass sword was swung out, a thick sword light whizzed out instantly. Swoosh! With lightning speed, it pierced into Qingju's body. With a bang, Qingju was sent flying without any resistance and fell to the ground. On the other side, Xiechu was about to attack. Seeing this scene, he was dumbfounded. How can this guy be so strong? Xiechu could not believe it. He noticed the magic weapon in Fang Chen's hand. Could it be the red glass sword that he mentioned? Xiechu thought to himself. Qingju felt that his internal organs were tumbling. His qi and blood were flowing in the opposite direction. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Cough, cough. Blood flowed out of his mouth. Qingju stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with fear. Have I lost? Qingju was a little depressed. Ever since he stepped onto the throne of first place on the Qingyuan roll, he had never been defeated among the younger generation. Among the younger generation of the Qingyuan archipelago, he was number one. Even in the four great archipelago, he could be invincible. And now, he was defeated by a 6th-level heavenly body tier martial artist with a single strike. This was something he had never imagined. 8. 88-0 At this moment, Qingju seemed to have aged a lot. He shook his head and sighed. Then, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. I've lost. Qingju admitted defeat. The number 1 elite of the Qingyuan role admitted defeat. Fang Chen was too strong, so strong that Qingju did not even have the courage to attack.